Good morning, good morning. The time for convening has arrived. The Senate will come to order. At this time, I ask all unauthorized visitors to please exit the chamber. Wow, we got a lot of pages today. I recognize the senator from the 28th for reading of the journal and the introduction of our pages.
Good morning, Mr. President. Happy National Potato Chip Day. Gonna eat lots of potato chips today. We got a great and long list of pages that are joining us today. Out of Evans, we have Chandler Few. Out of Harlem, we have Abriana Johnson. Out of Thompson, we have Breasia and Elijah Stevens. Out of Atlanta, we have Skylar Cody. Out of East Point, we have twins Mariah and Sarai Freeman. Out of Union City, we have Corey Hill. Out of Atlanta, we have Jay Morgan Jasper. Out of College Park, we have Kristen Marks. Out of Atlanta, we have Princess Owusu. Out of Jonesboro, we have Osunyemi Perry. Out of Atlanta, we have Kenneth Taylor. Out of Flowery Branch, we have Dominic Camacho. Out of Cumming, we have Chelsea Dodd. Lawrenceville, we have Amelia Edwards. Out of Atlanta, we have Matan Fleischman. Out of Alpharetta, we have Cameron Huffman. Out of Atlanta, we have Sadie Irwin. Out of Cumming, Jonah Johnson. Out of McDonough, we have brother and sister Nathaniel and Nathalia Medina Garcia. Out of Winterville, we have Caitlin Page. Out of Lilburn, we have Sanan High. Out of Johns Creek, we have Buvanti Chaplamaduga. Did I get it right? I got it right. Out of Sewanee, we have Ishan Jory. Out of Cordele, we have Ava Owens. And out of Atlanta, we have Skylar Williams. Y'all give these pages a big round of applause. We appreciate y'all being here. I know it's hard for you to take a day off from school, but we do appreciate it. Mr. President, I do want to notify you that on this day in 1923, the U.S. President Warren G. Harding became the first president to pay taxes. So I hope you, being president of this body, you pay your taxes.
You know, it's hard to get around those things, Senator.
It is, it is. Mr. President, the journal has been read and found to be correct.
Thank you, Senator. And it looked there was quite a few pages from the senator from the 24th district, wasn't it? Strong representation. So glad to have all the pages here today. Glad to have you all here. Appreciate you being here. Is there objection to dispensing of the reading of the journal? Chair hears none. The reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there objection to confirmation of the journal? Chair hears none, and the journal is confirmed. All senators who have bills and resolutions to introduce, please bring them to the Secretary's desk at this time. First reading and reference to Senate bills and resolutions. Secretary?
Senate Bill 580 by Senator Strickland on the 17th, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act providing for a new charter of the City of Madison.
State and local government.
Senate Bill 581 by Senator Harrell of the 40th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 1611.
Judiciary.
Senate Bill 582 by Senator Harrell of the 40th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article...
Education and Youth.
Senate Resolution 7085 by Senator Harrell of the 40th and others, a resolution recognizing March 26, 2024.
Health and Human Services.
Senate Resolution 786 by Senator Kennedy of the 18th and others, a resolution creating the Senate Advancing
Rules.
Senate Resolution 787 by Senator Dixon of the 45th and others, a resolution creating the
Rules.
Senate. That completes the order, Mr. President.
First reading references the House bills.
House Bill 1402 by Representative Cummings of the 39th
State and
and
local
others.
government.
House Bill 1454 by Representative Jones of the 60th
State and
and others.
local government.
House Bill 1456 by Representative Smith of the 18th
State
and
and
others.
local government.
House Bill 1458 by Representative Jaspers of the 11th.
State and local government.
House Bill 1460 by Representative Gaines of the
State and
120th.
local government.
House Bill 1461 by Representative Gaines of the
State and
120th.
local government.
House Bill 1462 by Representative Thomas of the 65th.
State and local government.
House Bill 1463 by Representative Thomas of the 65th and others.
State and local government.
That completes the order, Mr. President.
Secretary will read reports of standing committee.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Banking and Financial Institutions has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation: that House Bill 1018 do pass, House Bill 1040 do pass, House Bill 1053 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Summers of the 13th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation: that House Bill 1410 do pass by substitute, House Bill 1138 do pass, House Bill 1048 do pass by substitute, House Bill 1034 do pass by substitute, and House Bill 1341 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Beach of the 21st District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation: that House Bill 971 do pass, House Bill 1015 do pass, and House Bill 1023 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huff-Settler of the 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation: that House Bill 143 do pass by substitute, House Bill 215 do pass by substitute, House Bill 663 do pass by substitute, and Senate Resolution 658 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Higher Education has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation: that House Bill 185 do pass by substitute, House Bill 1274 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman of the 4th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation: that House Bill 1114 do pass, House Bill 1125 do pass, House Bill 1049 do pass by substitute, and House Bill 935 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker of the 20th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation: that House Bill 984 do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker of the 20th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Natural Resources and the Environment has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation: that House Bill 927 do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Anderson of the 24th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation: that House Bill 119 do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Alvarez of the 56th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Transportation has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation: that Senate Resolution 774 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dolezal of the 27th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Secretary will read bills and resolutions for the second time.
House Bill 53 by Representative Corbett of the 174th and others, State Board of Registration for Foresters, Independent State Agency Provisions. House Bill 218 by Representative Hilton of the 48th and others, Evidence Sexual Assault Hearsay for Disabled Adults and 17-year-old Kids. Provide. House Bill 1300 by Representative Kelly of the 16th and others, Solar Technology Trust Fund, Fund within the State Treasury establish. House Bill 349 by Representative Williams of the 168th and others, Barbers and Cosmetologists, repeal Chapter 10 and enact new chapter that reorganizes, modernizes, and clarifies current regulation. House Bill 441 by Representative Dempsey of the 13th and others, professions authorize and regulate teledentistry by licensed dentists pursuant to permits issued by Georgia Board of Dentistry. House Bill 499 by Representative Hitchens of the 161st and others, domestic relations, authorized child support, and insurance policies for certain disabled children provisions. House Bill 617 by Representative Jaspers of the 11th and others, highways, bridges, and ferries, development and maintenance of a side weight freight and logistics implementation plan. Provide. House Bill 804 by Representative Seebach of the 34th and others, motor vehicles insurance of a distinctive license plate for owners of ambulances. Provide. House Bill 814 by Representative Camp of the 135th and others, income tax credit, certain manufacturing and telecommunications facilities, qualified investment of property, revised definition. House Bill 883 by Representative Seebach of the 34th and others, state government, county boards of health to conduct meetings via teleconference. Authorized. House Bill 905 by Representative Reeves of the 99th and others, zoning procedures, provisions authorizing administrative officers for exercise zoning powers or appeal. House Bill 910 by Representative Jaspers of the 11th and others, minors, civil remedy for damages against commercial entities that distribute material harmful to minors without performing age verification, created. House Bill 912 by Representative Anderson of the 10th and others, motor vehicles, define multipurpose off-highway vehicle, subclassified for ad valorem tax purposes. House Bill 934 by Representative Montahan of the 17th and others, self-service storage facilities, enforcement of unsigned rental agreements under certain circumstances provide. House Bill 957 by Representative Petraeus of the 166 and others, water sports and watercraft penalties for failing to remove abandoned vessel revise. House Bill 992 by Representative Blackman of the 146 and others, Housing Judicial Circuit provide for fourth judge. House Bill 996 by Representative Vance of the 133rd and others, penal institutions provide jailers with arrest powers. House Bill 1017 by Representative Seebach of the 34th and others, Georgia Squatter Reform Act enact. House Bill 1054 by Representative Neal of the 79th and others, motor vehicles issuance of refusal to sign citation provide. House Bill 1069 by Representative Cannon of the 172nd and others, ad valorem tax assessment of standing timber, authorized disclosure of records to State Forestry Commission. House Bill 1072 by Representative Cooper of the 45th and others, Health Drug Repository Program, revised with definitions, provide for pharmacist to pharmacy technician ratios. House Bill 1123 by Representative Barrett of the 24th and others, handicapped persons require establishment of an adult abuse, neglect, and or exploitation multidisciplinary team in each judicial circuit. House Bill 1146 by Representative Stevens of the 164th and others, Natural Resources Department of EPD to issue water permits to private companies in areas where no public service can be provided within a period of 12 months require. House Bill 1149 by Representative Maynard of the 66 and others, local government require local constitutional officers to annually report audits of discretionary funds to the General Assembly. House Bill 1165 by Representative Mayor of the 56 and others, Criminal Justice Coordinating Council replace Chairman of the Governor's Office of Children and Families with the Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. House Bill 1170 by Representative Hawkins of the 27th and others, Public Health Department of require certain state government buildings, courthouses, and university buildings maintain and make accessible opioid antagonists. House Bill 1185 by Representative Camp of the 135th and others, Revenue and Taxation, statewide homestead exemption for ad valorem taxes with current year assessed value exceeds the inflation rate provide. House Bill 1190 by Representative Collins of the 71st and others, Secretary of State, Division Director to issue licenses in certain instances authorized. House Bill 1199 by Representative Perkle of the 169th and others, State Government Auditor produce certain monthly and annually reports, replace requirement. House Bill 1201 by Representative Gaines of the 120th and others, Criminal Procedure, vacating of sentences of victims of trafficking provisions. House Bill 1223 by Representative Levitt of the 123rd and others, Georgia Soil Amendment of 1976, provide for a new prohibited act. House Bill 1235 by Representative Meeks of the 178th and others, motor vehicles, vehicle registration of a certain mobile equipment that are self-prepared cranes in order to authorize operation of such public highways provide. House Bill 1237 by Representative Cannon of the 172nd and others, Agricultural Commodity Commissions, revised definition. House Bill 1241 by Representative Stoner of the 40th and others, Smyrna City of revised compensation of mayor and council members. House Bill 1251 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd and others, the Council of Superior Court Judges of Georgia, duties related to review and approval for tax expenses transferred from state auditor. House Bill 1267 by Representative Martin of the 49th and others, Georgia Tax Court Act of 2025 enact. House Bill 1318 by Representative Horkin of the 81st, Georgia Rail Passenger Authority Overview Committee, repealed Chapter 10 of Title 28. House Bill 1326 by Representative Stevens of the 164th and others, Crimes and Offenses, Schedule 1, Schedule 3, and Schedule 4 Controlled Substances provide certain definitions. House Bill 1330 by Representative Stoner of the 40th and others, Mapleton Development Authority Act enact. House Bill 1337 by Representative Cummings of the 39th and others, Mapleton City of levy an excise tax. House Bill 1344 by Representative Dempsey of the 13th and others, Behavioral Health Coordinating Council allow for certain officials to be represented by a delegate or agent. House Bill 1407 by Representative LaHood of the 175th and others, Local Government Establishing Service Delivery Strategies, Revised Provisions. House Resolution 598 by Representative Martin of the 49th and others, Georgia Tax Tribunal, vest judicial power, provide for venue and jurisdiction, constitutional amendment. House Resolution 854 by Representative Huddleston of the 72nd and others, Keith Jackson Memorial Intersection, Woe Nelly, Carroll County, dedicate. House Resolution 1021 by Representative Stevens of the 164th and others, Local Government Option to offer a statewide homestead exemption from ad valorem taxes when current year access value exceeds base year value. Provide constitutional amendment. House Resolution 1164 by Representative Hugley of the 141st and others. Honorable Richard H. Smith Memorial Interchange, Muskogee County, dedicate. House Resolution 1215 by Representative Jaspers of the 11th and others. Speaker David E. Ralston, Interstate Connector, Fannin County, dedicate. That completes the order, Mr. President.
It is now time for the morning roll call. Are there any motions to excuse? Recognize the senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, y'all. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the following senators for business inside the Capitol: 5, 38, 39, 42, 22, and 55.
All right. Without objection, the senators from the 5th, the 38th, the 39th, the 42nd, the 22nd, and the 55th are excused. Recognize the senator from the 28th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 30th for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 30th is excused. Recognize the senator from the 21st.
Unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 27th for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 27th is excused. Recognize the senator from the 17th.
Ask unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 16th and the senator from the 56th for business outside of the chamber.
56 right behind me, Senator.
Look here to me.
My tort reform champion, the judiciary chair.
I just want to make sure he was gone.
Recognize the senator from the 7th.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 9th for business outside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 9th is excused. Any other motions to excuse? Secretary will call roll. Senator, signify your presence by voting the yay switch. Secretary will unlock the machine. Senator from South, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 6th.
Time clock ran out on you, Senator. But you can. Senator from the 6th be excused. It is now time for morning devotion. All senators, please take your seats and cease all conversation. I would ask that the doorkeepers secure the chamber at this time. I now recognize the senator from the 56th to lead us in our pledge and introduce our chaplain of the day. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Join me for the pledge of the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Georgia flag. I pledge allegiance to the Georgia flag and to the principles for which it stands, wisdom, justice, moderation, and courage. Good morning. It's a pleasure to introduce my pastor, Jamie Dickens, who is the lead pastor at East Cobb Church, a campus of North Point Ministries under the leadership of Andy Stanley, who has been here in the Senate chamber many times. A native of Atlanta and a graduate from the University of North Carolina, Jamie started his time in ministry as a missionary in Moldova, working to combat sex trafficking with nonprofits, which was sadly very prolific there at that time. Then he moved back to Atlanta, and he joined the staff at Buckhead Church and helped them to grow to one of the largest student ministries in the city at that time. He also began speaking and writing for organizations around the country. He now lives with his wife and 4 kids in East Cobb as they together get to pursue one of their lifelong dreams, which is planting a church in the community they love. And on a point of personal privilege, Jamie is such an inspiration to my family and I. The way that he delivers messages and makes everyone welcome at East Cobb Church is extraordinary, and he always reminds us to love where we live. Jamie?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Well, good morning. So honored to be here. As a boy who grew up not only in Georgia, but in Atlanta, and who spent most of my life here, it really is an honor to, if nothing else, to simply have the opportunity to say to every one of you, thank you. Thank you so much for leading us. Thanks for serving us. Thanks for fighting for us and fighting for our state. I truly think Georgia is extraordinary. I love our state and I love our city, and I've lived here most of my life. One of the things I like to do when I meet people or have friends who live elsewhere is ask them, hey, what do you know about Georgia? I like to ask them, what's Georgia famous for wherever you're from? And just listen to what they say, whether it's a stranger or somebody I know. And you get you get the typical answers, like peaches, obviously. The Braves, everybody knows about the Braves. Atlanta traffic, I get that one a lot. You get the Masters, you get Bulldogs, Georgia Bulldog football. You get hip-hop, Chick-fil-A, stuff like that. The list goes on about what our state is known for, not just here, but around the country. And that is exactly the encouragement that I brought with me today to pass on to you. Perhaps it's an encouragement, perhaps it's simply a reminder, but it's this, that you would add to that list, or simply double down perhaps, on being famous for something else, something specific. Something that I bet many of you already want to be famous for as senators and servants of our state. And something that is important to me as a pastor because it is the thing that Jesus commanded the church to be famous for wherever it was. He famously said these words. He said, "A new command I give you, that you must love one another. As I have loved you, so you must love one another. In fact, by this, everyone's going to know that you're my followers." This is what you're going to be famous for in the community, by how you love one another. And that's my encouragement for you today, or perhaps simply a reminder to you today as all of us head into to a season where we're all going to be tempted to put up our walls and throw rocks at each other. What if we, in addition to all the other things that we're famous for in this state, what if we became famous and were famous? What if you were famous for simply loving one another even when you disagreed with one another? What if you resolved in a fresh way to respect each other, do good to one another, esteem each other, take the high road with each other, serve one another, even when you found yourselves at times competing and contending with one another about stuff that really matters? What if you led the way in mastering the art of loving unconditionally while disagreeing politically? I think that would be extraordinary. And maybe, just maybe, it would be contagious to the rest of us as well. And it would be yet another reason why Georgia, in my humble opinion, is one of the greatest places to live on planet Earth. And so that's what I'm praying for you in this season. And today, as you legislate, I'm praying that you would love well at the same time as you're working and fighting really hard for the things that you care about and the things that we all care about and the things that really matter. So that's my prayer for you, whether it's big things and it's policy agendas, or maybe it's the simple little stuff like shaking someone's hand, writing a note of an encouragement, giving an apology that's long overdue, or simply smiling, instead of scowling. All those little things that are easy to say, but sometimes pretty hard to do. So that's what I'm praying for you. Thank you for what you do for us every single week. It's a really, really big deal, and we're very proud, and I'm very proud. Please let me pray for you as we begin our day. Heavenly Father, thank you for every woman and every man in this room. Thank you for their service to our community, for their sacrifice for our community, for their tenacity and their perseverance and advocating and fighting for things that really matter and that change our day-to-day lives. I'm so grateful. A simple prayer is this: God, would you give them wisdom to know what to do and courage to do it? Would you grant them your extraordinary supernatural wisdom to know what to do, what is best, what is right? and give them courage to do it no matter the cost, no matter the consequences. Would you bless them and their families and those they love? And I ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Good job. Appreciate it. It is now time to introduce our doctor of the day, and we appreciate all our physicians who come down here and volunteer their time. I'll call on the good doctor from the 32nd to introduce our doctor of the day. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce you all to my constituent, and I could just about throw a rock to his house from my house, Dr. Jonathan Gibson. He's a cardiologist, and he works at Kaiser Permanente. He's a Navy veteran, and he had the bad luck to do his undergrad and medical education at the University of Hawaii. But then he came back and did his internal medicine residency at Emory and his cardiology fellowship at Vanderbilt. And he is happy to visit with any of y'all. So with no further ado, I'll introduce you to Dr. Jonathan Gibson. Help me welcome him.
Hey, good morning, and thank you for having me. It's an exciting day for all Georgians, and what I'd really like to do is thank you for your sacrifice and offering your skills. I know it's a hard thing to provide service, and it's not always a thankful position, but I'm really glad to be here. If you want to come down and talk to us, if you have anything happening, come let us know, but thank you for your service. We appreciate it, and the Georgians appreciate it as well.
All right, good job. It is good to have a special guest with us today. Brian Blake, who is the president of Georgia State University, is here and doing a good job for us at Georgia State. And he's got his family with us. And I recognize the secretary to read the resolution first.
Senate Resolution 672 by Senator Anderson of the 43rd and others, a resolution recognizing and commending Dr. M. Brian Blake and for other purposes. Whereas, as the 8th president of the Georgia State University, Dr. Brian Blake leads the state of Georgia's largest university spanning 6 campuses and 53,000 students. Before coming to Georgia State University, he had over 22 years of faculty and administrative experience across 5 comprehensive research universities. And he has a Bachelor of Electrical Engineering from Georgia Institute of Technology, a Master of Science in Electrical Engineering from Mercer University, and a PhD in Software Engineering from George Mason University. Now therefore be resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend Dr. M. Brian Blake and thank him for his efficient, effective, unselfish, and dedicated public service to the state of Georgia, and extend the most sincere best wishes for continued health and happiness. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. I recognize the senator from Conyers, Georgia, to introduce our special guest.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. I am more than excited to present to you Dr. Blake. Most of you know that I'm an HBCU grad, but my upper degree, one of them, came from Georgia State under the direction of our new president, Dr. Blake, the first black president after 120 years in the history of Georgia State. This is an honor for me. His track record, of course, precedes him, and he has earned every accolade. He has earned every hurrah. He has earned every part of where Georgia State is right now. As he serves on many boards, the Grady Memorial Hospital Corporation, Metro Atlanta Chamber, Junior Achievement of Georgia, and the Atlanta Convention and Visitors Bureau, Dr. Blake has been included on the 2022 and 2023 lists of Georgia 500, the most influential leaders, as well as recognized as the 2023 most admired CEO. He is joined today. He is a native of Georgia. He's from Savannah, Georgia. He has attended Benedictine Military Academy. He's with his wife, Bridget, one of his sons and his father to celebrate this moment. Thank you, Dr. Blake, for being here with us, and please give us a few words.
Thank you so much, Senator Anderson. I really appreciate being here today. It's such a privilege and honor to be in front of this chamber. She introduced our family, but let me first thank my lovely wife, who's here, Dr. Bridget Blake. She's the best doctor in our household, so Dr. Bridget's here. I owe everything to her, so I'm just so happy she's able to join me here today. My father, the senior M. Blake, is here as well, Malworth Blake. And my son, my youngest son, Bryce, also joins us today, and he's very happy to be out of school. So, so let me thank Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, who actually has been such a supporter through his time and before. Senator Anderson, who gave such a great introduction, is an alumna of Georgia State and just been a great role model for our students, and did a fabulous job this year at the Veterans Day. So, and then all the members of this distinguished body, I'm really thankful to be in front of you today. Just profoundly grateful and humbled to get this. Many of you know I'm a native of Georgia, so getting to serve as president is just really a dream come true for me, and one that I take a lot of pride in having. It's not just an honor for me, it's a testament for the collective efforts of our faculty, our administration, our students and staff that I'm privileged to both lead and serve. I'm incredibly proud that GSU as an institution, we, for 110 years or more, we've been actually providing economic growth to the state of Georgia. We have the largest body of students that graduate, and we place 9 out of 10 of them right in Georgia. So I'm so happy for us to provide that sort of boost to the workforce. Today, I'm also proud to have 2 of our dynamic students. I think they're here somewhere. I don't see them, but our current SGA president and rising junior political science major, Xavion Shepard's here, and we also have the SGA president. Oh, there they go. And also James Wilson, he's our incoming SGA president and rising senior. So I'll just say along the way, it's been, for me, I have a lot of gratitude to this body for your support of public higher education. Our Chancellor, Sonny Perdue, and his leadership and his support of myself as a president and the 26 other presidents in the university system of Georgia. We're just grateful to kind of be able to serve. So I think there's so many others I could thank as a part of this chamber. I had 3 minutes. I think I'm right at it. So thanks again for having me here, and go Panthers.
All right, good job. Good job, Dr. Blake. All right. We have a group, the American Korean Friendship Society is with us today. So, Secretary, read the caption, please.
Senate Resolutions 613 and 355 by Senators of the 33rd and others. Resolutions congratulating the American Korean Friendship Society, Incorporated, and the Senate American Korean Friendship Caucus, and for other purposes. Whereas this year, the American Korean Friendship Society Incorporated celebrates its 20th year of service to the peoples of the Republic of Korea and the United States of America. And the American Korean Friendship Society Incorporated has long played a pivotal role in fostering cultural exchanges, mutual understanding, and economic partnerships between the Republic of Korea and the United States of America. And whereas on January 13, 1903, the arrival of 102 courageous immigrants to the United States initiated the beginning of Korean immigration to the United States. And whereas the Senate American Korean Friendship Caucus was recently created to promote American and Korean cultural and economic friendships and honor the historical relationship between the militaries and veterans of America and Korea. Now be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body congratulate the American Korean Friendship Society, Inc. upon the grand occasion of its 28th anniversary and extend best wishes for continued success. And be it further resolved that the members of this body commend the Senate American Korean Friendship Caucus as well as those efforts who enriched and promoted the relationship between the state of Georgia and the Republic of Korea. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. I'd like to thank the Senator from the 28th and the 33rd for having these fine guests with us today, but I recognize the Senator from the 33rd to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, my fellow senators, colleagues, friends, and the rest of y'all. First of all, I'd like to thank our co-chair of the Senate Korean American Friendship Caucus, the Senator from the 28th, for joining us today. We together have created the caucus with the mission to continue to promote American and Korean cultural and economic friendships while always remembering the historic relationship and roles between both of our nation's militaries and veterans. My father, Harold Tobias Rhett, served as a Korean War veteran and is a recipient of the Purple Heart. One day I hope to visit Korea to see the land where he fought for liberty and freedom. I want to introduce to you the following people: the Consul General of the Republic of Korea, Sang P.U. So, Deputy Consul General Soo Wo Kim, Special Aide to the Consul General, Ms. Ji Ye, Mr. Sonny Parks, my favorite Korean American and founder in 1996, 28 years ago, of the American Korean Friendship Society. U.S. Army retired General Larry Ellis, co-chair, along with Mr. Frank Blake of Delta Airlines of the American Korean Friendship Society, and the former commander for FORSCOM. Now I will have him step forward.
Good morning, Mr. President of the Georgia State Senate, President Pro Tempore, members of the Senate, distinguished participants. I'm truly honored to be here today, and I extend my sincere gratitude for the warm welcome and the opportunity to speak before this esteemed gathering. First of all, I'd like to express my heartfelt appreciation for the commendation of the Senate American Korean Friendship Caucus through the passage of the Senate Resolution 355 last year on March 21st. This marked a new and significant milestone for fostering the ties between our nations. On top of this resolution, this January, the Georgia House passed a resolution recognizing Korean American Day at the other side of this capital, the state capital. So I'm very glad to witness that Korea and Georgia state relations has garnered broad attention and acknowledgement in both chambers of the Georgia Assembly. For all of this, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the co-chair of the caucus, Senator Matt Press and Senator Mike Lett, for their instrumental role in making this happen. My thanks also go to all the dedicated individuals within the Senate who have worked tirelessly to make the Korea Caucus a reality. Your support is a testament to the enduring friendship between our nations. The establishment of the Korea Caucus is a crucial step toward the further development of the Republic of Korea and the United States alliance. This 70-year-old alliance has evolved from a military partnership into a multifaceted collaboration that encompasses economy, culture, and cutting-edge fields like AI, cyber, and space. In this evolving landscape, the southeastern region of the United States, particularly Georgia, has emerged as a pivotal hub for future-oriented industries like EV batteries and solar panels. The Korean Caucus is well positioned to play a vital role in nurturing and supporting the growth of the collaborative initiatives in those emerging sectors. The Senate Resolution 355 acknowledges the historic beginnings of Korean immigration to the United States and the resilience of these immigrants, which laid the foundation for the success of the future generation of Korean Americans. It also comprehensively addresses the present bilateral relations between Korea and Georgia State, highlighting the substantial investment made by over 130 Korean companies, creating countless jobs throughout the state. The resolution rightfully recognizes the Korean community as a cornerstone of the robust partnership between our nations and graciously acknowledges the Korean consulate in Atlanta, a gesture that fills us with great honor. As the resolution eloquently captures the past, present, and future of our bilateral relationship, I stand before you today with nothing to add but a humble request. I ask for your continued interest and support for the Korean companies and the Korean community that contribute to Georgia's prosperity each and every day. The Korean Consulate remains committed to fostering and supporting this vital relationship for the mutual benefit of both our peoples. Thank you for your attention.
All right. Good job, good job, good job. It is a pleasure to have our Irish minister here today, just in time for St. Patty's Day in Savannah, right, Senator? So, Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Resolution 753 by Senator Kennedy of the 18th and others, a resolution recognizing and commending Minister Peter Burke and for other purposes. Whereas first elected to the Dole Aaron in 2016, Peter Burke represents the constituency of Longford Westmeath and serves Ireland as Minister of State for European Affairs and Defence. And whereas he will participate in the 200th Savannah St. Patrick's Day Parade, which represents a monumental historic milestone. And whereas he continues to serve the people of Ireland with honor and distinction, and his vision and unyielding commitment to excellence have set the standard for public service. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body recognize and commend Minister Peter Burke upon his visit to the state of Georgia for his dedicated public service and extend the most sincere best wishes for continued health and happiness. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Recognize the Senator from the 18th to introduce our special guest.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. You know, we have the honor of receiving a lot of distinguished guests and visitors here at the Capitol, and none are more fondly received than our friends from Ireland. And it is my distinct honor to get to introduce the minister here to you in just a moment. Much of what I was going to tell you about his public service and his education really were in the resolution, so I'm not going to take our time to double down on that. But, you know, the strong ancestral and historic ties are beyond worthy of recognition of the Irish companies that employ approximately 7,000 people in Georgia, and they are the 8th largest source of foreign direct investment in the great state of Georgia. As was stated a moment ago, Minister Burke, it will be in Dr. Watson's, the senator from Savannah, the senator from the first great parade that he is a great participant in this coming weekend. So the minister has timed it just perfectly. We've got some other guests on the floor with us as well at the rostrum here, the Consul General. But I'll let the Minister Burke introduce the folks that are with him, and y'all please give a great Georgia Senate welcome to our friends from Ireland.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, President pro tempore, Senators. It's a privilege to be here with our team, our Consulate General Cuiva here behind me, Emer, Deputy Head, and our other colleagues here from Ireland. It's a privilege to get this opportunity. I thank President pro tempore, Senator John F. Kennedy, for the opportunity to facilitate me speaking to you here this morning, which we really value as a country. It's a relationship, the US-Ireland relationship, that we really put resources behind, that we treasure, and it's demonstrated by this week about 20 cities hit between 11 ministers right across the US. And also we have our Consulate General here in Atlanta since 2010, 9 missions here in the US, and the best evidence of a good bilateral relationship is that it works both ways. And when you see, as Senator John F. Kennedy just alluded to here, the FDI investment in Georgia, about 7,000 jobs really coming from Irish-backed companies, companies like CRH, like Curry, working on the ground here in Georgia. Obviously, for St. Patrick's weekend, it's an incredible accolade for us to get the opportunity to speak to you here this morning to demonstrate the huge relationship borne out by about 9.5% of the US population, 32 million people claiming Irish heritage, 1 million people here in Georgia, that we really value that relationship and we really nurture it into the future. I want to thank you for that, for being good friends and for being there for us at very difficult times in the past, like the Good Friday Agreement, which was really assisted by the US. I just want to make 2 very brief points for our mission here in the US this week, which are very important to Ireland on the foreign policy perspective. Firstly, in relation to Ukraine, we believe it is critical that we stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes. As a member of the European Union, this is the first war in a generation on mainland Europe, a country's territorial integrity being challenged by Russian aggression, its right to self-determination, a direct challenge on the international rules-based order, and we really need to stand up to that. We've demonstrated by a €50 billion package from Europe to assist Ukraine with its public services. So I really encourage everyone to keep up the resilience, to stand with the people of Ukraine for as long as it takes. And secondly, briefly, just to mention the Middle East. We really abhor the acts of October 7th on the State of Israel. We've demanded unequivocally the release of all hostages by Hamas, which is very important to the Irish government. But also we were one of the first parliamentary democracies to call for a ceasefire. And we really believe we need to avoid proportionality, collective punishment on a very vulnerable people, and get humanitarian corridors opened up as quickly as possible. I want to acknowledge and thank the US administration for working with its interlocutors in the region, of which it has a very strong voice, to encourage and secure that such important humanitarian corridors and a ceasefire, to ensure that we can get back to the two-state solution right to the very forefront of our policy. And finally, dear friends, very important date, August 24th, when Georgia Tech are coming to be victorious in the Viva Stadium in Ireland. So go Yellow Jackets. Thank you.
Go Jack, go Jack. Are there any unanimous consents? Does any senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? I recognize the senator from the 2nd for a point of personal privilege.
Mr. President. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this morning I rise to just recognize today, March 14, 2024, as the Georgia Hotel and Lodging Industry Appreciation Day at the state capitol. Many of you know our good friend Chris, and we have great hoteliers around the state. As I travel back and forth up I-16, there are many hotels in Atlanta that I am home to, and so I always appreciate the Hotel Lodging Association for all the work that they do, and I would just ask my colleagues in the Senate if you could just give the Hotel and Lodging Association a round of applause, and we appreciate them for what they do, because without them we won't have any tourists coming to our state. So with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, it's a busy day for District 17. I want to apologize to my folks from Henry County and Newton County. I was a little late getting up here today and didn't get to see y'all this morning. We had breakfast at the kids' school. I got here late. I left my badge somewhere, had oranges all over me. I was flicking oranges off, but I'm happy to be up here now this morning and to welcome some of y'all up here today. Today is Henry County Day at the Capitol. I think we may have some folks from Henry County up in the gallery. Got a few folks up here. Appreciate y'all being up here representing Henry. And we have a big day for Newton County. It is Newton Industry Day at the Capitol. And on your desk is a bag of stuff from different industries in Newton County. We have several groups up here today that are represented, big folks, big businesses in my district. It's Archer Aviation, Bridgestone Golf, Meta, BD, General Mills. Of course, we have our Newton Chamber of Commerce and Industrial Development Authority folks up here as well. Joining me on the floor somewhere is there he is, Tim Fleming, Representative Tim Fleming from the House over here with me, recognize our Newton County folks, and the First Lady of Newton County, Lacey Fleming, with us too. And if I could just have a second to point out one very special person in Newton County. We are honored this year to have the 2024 Georgia Principal of the Year, Dr. Shannon Buff from Newton County. She's principal at Newton High School with us today. And she's been principal since 2017, and the numbers speak for themselves about her. Looking at student achievement, since she came in 2017, we've seen the graduation rate increase in Newton High School from 81% to 92.3% last year. We've also seen SAT and ACT scores go up as well. We saw $50 million in scholarship offerings for students in the class of 2023. Also, people want to work for her. We've seen staff retention, teacher retention go up. We've seen a decrease in office-level discipline referrals. And what's so great about her, she's also working around the state to share with everyone else her success. As a member of the Georgia Association of Secondary School Principals, she goes around to state and national conferences talking about best practices. And lastly, I know I'm hitting my limit on time. Beyond that, she is very involved in her community. I don't know how she has time for all this. She's a member of Covington First United Methodist Church, where she serves on the staff Parish Relations Committee and volunteers to many church events. She's also in the Kiwanis Club, Salvation Army Board of Advisors. She volunteers as a parent herself at Newton County Arts Association and Newton STEM Academy. Dr. Buff, we are so proud of you. If you'll please stand. We're so proud of you in Newton County. And I just want to say thank you for everything you do for the students at Newton High School, for all the students in Newton County, and thank you for what you do for all the people in our state by being such a great example. It's an honor to get to have you today. If y'all please rise and recognize Dr. Buff. Thank you.
Recognize Senator from 25th.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have Putnam County leadership, youth leadership. Are you in the gallery? I know you were earlier. If you are, if you'd stand so we can recognize you. We'll still give you a warm Senate welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Good old Putnam County, folks. Thank you for recognizing them, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 35th.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I am so excited to have today midwives, and they're up in the audience because in room 123 of the CAP from 12:30 to 3, there'll be refreshments, and we want to invite you to in your district. Also, as many of you may know, midwives and OB-GYNs assist our providers. They're called doula. Doulas provide emotional and physical support and also work in conjunction with other providers like pelvic floor specialists, parental physical therapists, and other birth workers in training. So today we have Naomi Bond, you want to stand up upstairs, who has assisted over 100 births as a doula in Georgia. Tiffany Bryant, who is the manager of Georgia's first ever hospital-based doula program at Wellstar Health System. Tiffany, please stand. Megan Gomez with Kemper PT. Shantae Moore, who is a midwife who has completed her training this summer. And Natalie Hernandez from Morehouse School of Medicine for Maternal Equality has been funded through us here in the state of Georgia in our state budget to address maternal mortality. Amina Sacred, birth keeper, you stand please. There, and all the other midwives, black midwives, stand until I finish introducing you. There were over 9,000 black midwives in Georgia who served all families and had significantly better outcomes than physicians. And as birth became more medicalized and pushed into hospitals, laws were changed, and midwives and black midwives were fewer and fewer. As the midwives decreased, the maternal mortality and the cost of birth increased, and as the shortage continued, access to care decreased and death continued to increase. Over the last 40 years, maternal mortality, especially for black women in Georgia, has truly increased. Mothers are not dying in the care of black midwives who know their culture, who are trusted by the community, and who are in their community well trained. So, senators, let us recognize the importance of the legacy of black midwives today on Black Midwives Day and Parental Providers Day. Please give a warm welcome and thank you to the Midwives of Georgia. Thank you for being here today with us.
Recognize the senator from the 6th.
Good morning, colleagues. It is my honor this morning to recognize and commend Miss Audrey Kittela, Miss Cobb County for 2024, who has joined us here in the chamber this morning. She is a native of Alpharetta and is a senior at the University of Georgia. In fact, she just told me she's a Bulldog through and through and plans to continue her education in graduate school at the University of Georgia here next fall. So colleagues, I just wanted to introduce her to all of you, welcome her to the chamber, and let's congratulate her on being Miss Cobb 2024. Please join me, colleagues, in welcoming Miss Audrey Kittela. Thank you, and with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
All right. Good to have our UGA students down here. Proud of what she's doing. Go Dogs, that's right. Recognize the senator from the 36th for appointed personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise for brief remarks, not about data centers, not about certificate of need, but about the opportunity to come together and do the right thing for the Okefenokee Swamp. I've put on your desks information about the Okefenokee National Wildlife Refuge. What's more important to the next generation of Georgians? Is it the preservation of one of America's ecological treasures, or is it the mining of a mineral most commonly used in toothpaste whitener and frosted donuts? Your choice. Governor Kemp and House Speaker John Burns have the ability to declare that the preservation of Georgia's magnificent, one-of-a-kind Okefenokee Swamp is more important to this state, and in fact to the whole country, than the business interest of an Alabama mining company that wants to extract titanium dioxide and zirconium. We need bold leadership, people. We need a pause in the mining plan to allow the legislature, conservation groups, and private foundations to save and preserve the swamp. I hope that all of you understand that this is a national treasure. It brings millions and millions and millions of dollars to the area surrounding the swamp. It attracts visitors from across the state, the nation, and the world. And it is under threat. Now, the titanium mining company will say, it's not going to hurt for us to take 60 million hoo-ha of water out of that swamp every day. You know, the swamp has got water, a water level about like this. You mess with it, you tear it up, and we never get it back. Do everything you can to speak up. We have protected Georgia's coastal areas with the remarkable legislation guided by incredible political leaders in this state. It's time for the political leadership of this state to stand up and say, we're not going to bring mining over to the Okefenokee Swamp Ridge. We're not going to do it. Go mine somewhere else. We're just not going to put this national treasure up for grabs to the highest bidder. You know, the National Parks series that I enjoyed that was put on PBS several years ago, I recommend it. And they pointed out that if people didn't stand up to protect our natural resources, our natural treasures, we would have condominiums owned by the wealthy in the Grand Canyon, and the rest of us would not be able to enjoy that national and international treasure. It is up to us to protect the Okefenokee Swamp. I think each of you should, that's something that we could go home and be proud of, people. Send the message to the right people. They're on the second floor and they're across in the other chamber. They have been, they're in a position to do something to save this swamp. You're in a position to be a voice on that issue, and your constituents will thank you. I yield the well.
Recognize Senator from the 45th for a point of personal privilege. Senator from the 45th. Senator from the 45th. All right. Senator from the 9th for a point of personal privilege.
Good morning, members. I bring to your attention today that today is Type 1 Diabetes Day here in the Capitol. As I've said before, I do come from a family with diabetes, and an insulin-dependent grandmother. I was raised with an insulin-dependent grandmother, so diabetes is an issue that is near and dear to me. And very personal. So type 1 diabetes impacts millions of individuals, their families, friends, communities, and it's formerly known as juvenile diabetes because it's not lifestyle related. Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that occurs within the body's immune system, attacks the insulin producing cells in the pancreas, leaving individuals dependent on external insulin for survival. However, the burden of type 1 diabetes extends beyond the individual. Families who rely on diabetic loved ones, like I did, to provide care for them know all too well the danger faced by one's personal health and family survival with life-saving medications when life-saving medications become unaffordable or unavailable. Yet, amidst these struggles, there is hope. Advances in medical technology, such as continuous glucose monitors and insulin pumps, have revolutionized diabetes management, providing individuals with greater control and flexibility in their daily lives. These technologies offer invaluable peace of mind for type 1 diabetes and their loved ones, and every person with diabetes should have affordable access to these medications. But hope alone is not enough. We must take action to advocate for better access to care and support services. Together, we can make a difference and create a world where type 1 diabetes is not a barrier to living the life in the fullest. And if you all will notice your pink paper on your desk, it is raising awareness about continuous glucose monitors, and you have a cute little solar eclipse glasses attached to that. And, people that with, all types of diabetes have to learn to manage their glucose levels, and having continuous glucose monitors is the right step and the right way of intervention. So thank you all, and thank you, Mr. President. I yield well.
Does any other senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? You have before you a consent calendar of privileged resolutions. Does any senator wish to remove a resolution from the consent calendar? Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution on the consent calendar? Chair hears none. The resolution on the consent calendar is adopted. Secretary Reed, caption.
Senate Resolution 790, a resolution by Senator Islam Parks of the 7th and others, a resolution recognizing March 15, 2024 as the International Day to Combat Islamophobia and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection? to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hearing none, the resolution is adopted. Are there any motions to withdraw and commit? Recognize the majority leader for a motion.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello, hello.
Good
Good morning, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 1192 and House Bill 1339 be engrossed at this time.
Secretary, read the caption.
House Bill 1192, a bill by Representative Carson of the 46th and others, a bill to be titled Act to amend Code Section 4883 of the OCGA relating to exemptions from sales and use tax, so as to prohibit the issuance of new certificates of exemption from certain high-technology data center equipment and for other purposes. The Senate Committee. House Bill 1339 by Representative Parrish of the 158th and others, a bill to be entitled Act to amend Title 31 of the OCGA relating to health, so as to revise relative to certificate of need, to amend Code Section 48729.2 of the OCGA relating to tax credits for contributions to rural hospital organizations and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Your leader has already objected from behind me. So, yep. So we have an objection. He's already beat you to it. Yeah. All those in favor of the majority leader's motion to engross, all those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion is 27 to 22. Recognize the senator from, motion fails. Recognize the senator from the 51st.
I'd like to move that we reconsider the vote to engross those two bills, please.
This majority leader has moved that we reconsider the engrossment. Got objection? Senator, majority leader, you can speak on it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe we had a few members off the floor, both Democrats and Republicans, that failed to get back into the chamber, so we wanted to give them an opportunity to vote on this engrossment. As typical, we do engross bills in this chamber on an occasion, and these bills that we're asking to engross today have been properly vetted and we believe have been perfected for the wishes of this chamber, and we will have that reconsideration vote in just a moment. And I ask that all senators return to their desks at this time and be sure to vote your machines for your district. Mr. President, I'm happy to take questions if there are any. If not, I would ask for you to vote yes to reconsider this motion.
You have no questions, Senator. Senator from the would you like to speak? Senator from the 22nd, would you like to speak? Senator from the 42nd?
Colleagues, I rise to oppose engrossment of the bills before us on the board.
Medicaid expansion is a discussion that many of us in this chamber would like to have. Certificate of need has been the law of the land for 40, 50 years, and tinkering with, undoing, and otherwise changing such a regulations that have such a long and important role in our healthcare delivery system and the methods by which we try to deliver healthcare to all Georgians, especially those that are uninsured, underinsured, and low income, suggests that we should have a fulsome debate and really consider our actions extraordinarily carefully as it relates to healthcare delivery, healthcare access, and certificate of need. So for that reason, I oppose the motion to engross, as it will permit our body to fully consider the issues before us. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the well.
All right, so the motion is to reconsider. Those in favor of reconsideration made by the majority leader will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to reconsider, the yeas are 32 and the nays are 22, and the motion has prevailed. Now, the question is on engrossment of House Bill 1192 and House Bill 1339. All those in favor of the majority leader's motion will vote yea. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion to engross, the yeas are 32, nays are 22, and the motion has prevailed. Moving on to the rules calendar. Secretary Reed, SR 687.
Senate Resolution 687, a resolution by Senator Gooch of the 51st, a resolution urging the University of North Georgia and the University System of Georgia Board of Regents to name a certain building after former Speaker David Ralston and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Rules recommends that this resolution do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass of the 28th District Chairman.
This paragraph, and the resolve clause.
The Senate Committee on Rules offers the following substitute to Senate Resolution 687, a resolution urging the University of Georgia and the University System of Georgia Board of Regents to name a certain building after former Speaker David Ralston and for other purposes. Whereas this body shows its support for the University of North Georgia, naming its new building after the late Speaker of the House of Representatives, David Ralston, in recognition of his outstanding contributions to the university and the state. And now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate that this body urges the University of North Georgia and University System of Georgia Board of Regents to dedicate and name the new academic building at the university's Blue Ridge campus, David E. Ralston, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the Majority Leader. Speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. It's an honor for me to be here today, standing before you to present a Senate resolution that you have probably read before, but I did not need to remind you of the importance of the man that we'll be talking about here for a few moments, and that is the late former Speaker David Ralston. Some of us were out of the chamber earlier, and it's because we were attending the House ceremony that is being done this morning to honor the late Speaker by unveiling the portrait that was commissioned by the University of North Georgia that will be hanging outside the front door of the House chamber of David Ralston. David Ralston, as most of you know, was a very independent, strong-willed North Georgian, somewhat like former Governor Zell Miller. If you served with Zell Miller, you know what an independent streak Zell had in him as well, and you could also compare Speaker Ralston's style and his ability to get things done and reach across the aisle to that of the late Speaker Tom Murphy, who served in that chamber for many, many years. In fact, Speaker Murphy served the longest of any other speaker in Georgia history. Speaker Ralston has served second longest in Georgia history. Both of those gentlemen graduated from the University of North Georgia. At the time was known as North Georgia College in Dahlonega, Georgia. So there's a lot of commonality between those two former speakers. Today we're honoring David Ralston. David Ralston was born in Ellijay. He graduated from the Gilmer County High School, and he continued his education there in North Georgia College, which is now known as University of North Georgia. Soon after he graduated from North Georgia College, he took a job as a reporter at the Gainesville Times. Some of you may remember some of his articles and some of the work that he did, often criticizing public policy and politicians and other topics of that nature. He later left that job as a reporter when he went over to a little school in Athens. He became a dog, where he earned his law degree and found his love for the University of Georgia as well as North Georgia College. He went back home to North Georgia, where he opened up his law practice, and that's where he lived the remainder of his life. He was living in Fannin County when he passed just a year and a half or so ago, and we have fond memories of him. We don't always agree with one another in this chamber, regardless of which party you're in, but I think we know that Speaker Ralston was firm and fair, and he was deliberate, and he had wisdom. With that wisdom came a lot of common sense, which was marinated with experience. And I think that was the words that we learned this morning listening to Governor Dill and other governors in the chamber. Governor Kemp and Governor Perdue, all three spoke highly of David Ralston. Speaker Ralston served in the Georgia House of Representatives for 20 years. He was, again, the longest serving Speaker of the House, second only to Tom Murphy. He also served in this chamber. He was a state senator from 1992 until 1998 before receiving the Republican nomination for the Attorney General's position that he went after. He did not succeed in that race for Attorney General, so after a few years of considering other options, he went back and he ran for the House, and he served there for the remainder of his life. Speaker Ralston displayed visionary leadership and a bipartisan approach to legislation, enabling him to champion economic development in North Georgia and throughout the entire state. He was instrumental in several enhancements and expansion projects at the University of North Georgia. Some of the things that I've worked with David Ralston on personally, obviously, was the broadband expansion throughout rural Georgia, healthcare expansion throughout rural Georgia, and of course, transportation throughout the entire state. He was a big champion for transportation investment funds for our transportation here in Georgia. Speaker Ralston is known as the father of the Blue Ridge campus, where we established a scholarship for nursing and political science students at the university at the Blue Ridge campus, to where they could invest in their students of that community and communities surrounding Fannin County, for those kids to pursue opportunities to serve others just like Speaker Ralston did. This resolution dedicates a new building that's currently being built on the Blue Ridge campus. It was a project that he personally engaged in just a number of years ago. He had the vision and the idea to expand the University of North Georgia into Fannin County, his hometown. We, as a Senate chamber, embraced that idea by putting funds into the state budget, not one time, but 2 times. We have built 2 buildings now, and this second building that is currently under construction will be named in honor of Speaker David Ralston. It will be named the David Ralston Hall. This resolution encourages the University of North Georgia and the University System of Georgia to approve that building being named in his honor. Mr. President, I'd like to ask for everyone in this building to pause for a moment of silence and stand and give your appreciation to the former speaker, David Ralston. Some of his family members are in the building. Some may be in the gallery, along with some of the community citizens from Fannin and Gilmer counties. So let's take a moment, if you don't mind.
Senators requested a moment of silence.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to, at this time, if it's appropriate, to recognize the Ralston family and the community that came down from the mountains to witness this event. So y'all give them a round of applause. Thank you. Mr. President, if there's no questions, I will yield the well and ask you to happily vote in favor of this resolution.
Thank you, Senator. I recognize the Senator from the 37th. Senator, you have.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had the honor to serve with Speaker David Ralston for 18 years in the House. And I want to tell a very, very short story about how he became Speaker, because it speaks to the challenge all of us have to have the courage of our convictions. Before David Ralston became the Speaker of the House, he was the chairman of the Judiciary Non-Civil Committee, and the fair, balanced approach he took to that, the way he ran committee meetings, is step by step, word for word, exactly how I endeavor to chair hearings when I chair them. I know that Senator from the 30th served with us there as well. Senator from the 30th was a very good friend of Speaker Ralston's as well. But what I wanted this body to hear, and what I wanted Georgians to hear, was that in 2009, we had a leadership crisis in the House of Representatives. I won't be too detailed on how I describe it, but the leadership crisis manifested itself with a leadership in the House that was erratic, not bringing honor in our chamber in personal and professional ways. And David Ralston, as the chairman of the Judiciary Non-Civil Committee, had it pretty good. It would have been very easy for him to stay where he was and continuing to serve and contribute as a House member and as a chairman. But in the 2009 session, he took it upon himself to stand against the existing Speaker of the House in a leadership challenge, because he believed that the House should operate with a level of dignity and trust and substance in what we did. And David Ralston stood against our existing Speaker, lost the leadership race, lost his chairmanship, was banished from his office in 132 in his very meaningful position, and sent across the street without a chairmanship in an office in the Legislative Office building overlooking a dumpster, because he believed that the dignity of the House and our leadership mattered that much. As things changed, as things progressed through the course of the next year, and having taken that stand in 2009, being willing to sacrifice what was good for him politically for what he thought was best for the state, the House in 2010 honored him with him making him Speaker of the House, which Again, the service we talk about, the service we think about with formerly Chairman, then Speaker Ralston's well known across our state. But what allowed that to happen was a lesson for all of us to have the courage of our convictions, that even when things don't look politically beneficial to us and things sometimes seem impossible, sometimes those fights are the fights worth having. And I'd like to thank my friend David Ralston for having that fight. As a young third-term member, watching all that go down, knowing there needed to be a change, needing somebody that had the stature and experience to stand up and do something about it, he was the one with the courage of his convictions to lose a chairmanship, lose his potential for influence, to do what's best for the state of Georgia, and he was rewarded by our members less than a short year later to be our speaker. So with that, I just wanted to say this was not a position that was handed to him, didn't come to him easily, but it came to him ultimately from the courage of his convictions to do what's best for the state, what was best for our House, and best for the citizens that we serve across the state of Georgia. I wanted to just say that in honor of my friend David Ralston. I know there's many that would have fond things to say. But with that, Mr. President, I yield the will.
I recognize the senator from the 53rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Heard a lot about courage and conviction from the previous speaker. Majority Leader referenced fierce independence. Well, I reckon the speaker and myself come from a similar bloodline. Because, Senators, I rise today in a steadfast opposition to Senate Resolution 687. My fellow senators, I think to bring a comparison to who this man was, we should first look at one of the greatest Georgians to ever live. A man who is globally recognized as a symbol of justice. Who am I talking about? Martin Luther King Jr. A man, what did he say? He said an injustice anywhere was a threat to justice everywhere. Powerful words that we should think about as we vote for this resolution. Because this body is about to perpetually memorialize, in my opinion, one of the most corrupt Georgia leaders we'll ever see in our lifetimes. I first remember learning about a girl named Haley when I served in the chamber across the way. Haley was brutally raped, sodomized in her living room by a man her family trusted. That man was Jason Brothers, and he hired Speaker David Ralston as his attorney, not to defend him, but to protect him from justice. You see, for nearly a decade, this case rocked on, and Haley became terminally ill, never seeing justice. Her family once walked in on her in a bathtub with blood as she contemplated suicide. And you probably say, Senator, well, that's just one case. Where can you go with that? But no, there were several more. There was a case of a lady who lost her daughter in her arms as she bled out because a man was driving drunk. Destroyed the woman's family. But she wasn't able to get justice because the man charged with the DUI hired Speaker David Ralston as his attorney. You see, there was a man named Derek Key who for 10 years delayed cases after molesting a 14-year-old child being protected by David Ralston. Now, how did David Ralston do this? We heard about him being chairman of Judiciary Non-Civil. Well, back in 2006, there was a bill called Senate Bill 503. The man created the legislative leave and then profited off of it, making hundreds of thousands of dollars protecting people from justice. You see, the truth is hard to hear.
Senator,
Mr. President,
we got decorum, rules here in this chamber. And I think you've made your point, sir. So if you could just go ahead and wrap up, we'd be appreciative.
Mr. President, I know it's hard to hear, but there were thousands of case delays. And make no mistake, these egregious examples I've given is no semblance of morality. You see, we as lawmakers are supposed to protect the vulnerable, Mr. President. We're supposed to protect children. We're supposed to protect law enforcement officers. Think about the law enforcement officers who were assaulted and weren't able to get to justice because of this man. You see, the Speaker turned a blind eye to what we as legislators know to be truth. And records show that after he was Speaker, he did not attend another court case. You see, he had more than 164 clients, because if you're not trying those clients, you just pick up more and more of them. No court, less work. He had an operation. He was running an industry, Mr. President, and all he was using was a simple form letter, sending it to the court, referencing the code section that the man created in 2006.
Senator, not the time or place. Not the time or place.
Mr.
Go ahead
President,
and yield the well, Senator.
at your request.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 30th. Point of personal privilege.
Mr. President, I'm going to honor the decorum of this body. Mr. President, I'm going to honor the decorum of this body and bring this back to a man I knew. When first elected to the House, I had the honor of sitting next to Speaker David Ralston. And if you look down from the Speaker's podium to the far left, the rows start out big and they end up to 2 seats. Those 2 seats was Speaker Ralston and myself. His job was, according to Speaker Richardson, was keep me in between the lines, and David said, I think you ran off into the ditch. But he was a great man, a great mentor, and a wonderful friend. The man cared about Georgia. The man cared about rural Georgia. He truly did an amazing job for this state. When you talk about someone that would work across party lines, if he needed something on transportation, he would go across, make sure that everything was taken care of for the whole state. It didn't matter if you were a Republican or a Democrat. What mattered to him was were you a Georgian and what could he do best for this state. I hate that I had to come and follow what I just heard, so I'm going to leave it at this. As a former House member and former chairman of Public Safety and Homeland Security that David Ralston appointed me to, I hope each and every one of you vote for this resolution, because he was a great leader for this state and someone I admire very much, and his family. I almost said, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President, my fellow senators, colleagues, friends, and y'all. I don't have my glasses. I just want to say that I think we all have a lot of respect for the Speaker, the former Speaker, Ralston, and I have a bill in his honor, Senate Bill 85, named after him, a veterans bill that's over there in the House now, and I need for all of us to come together so that we can pass that bill, Senate Bill 85, and show the respect and honor that we have for Speaker Ralston, and that bill is named after him. Thank you. We need everybody's support in getting that bill passed. It's a good veteran bill, and it's named after him, and I yield the well, and God bless his soul.
Recognize the senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today specifically because I am a Democrat, and I served under Speaker Ralston for 4 years in the House. And I want to join with the majority today in expressing my appreciation for how he served. I've spoken from this well before about the kind of heartburn you get when you're in the minority in this General Assembly, both houses, House and Senate to some degree. And you learn quickly you don't get what you want all the time. And I know there are a lot of speakers today, and I won't be super long-winded, but what I will say is that there was a measure of caring about the institution of the General Assembly and the House that Speaker Ralston held dear that made it worth it for everybody to serve, including Democrats, even when you didn't get what you wanted. And there was a way that he communicated respect and dignity in the institution that when we talk about hyperpolarization, when we talk about the ways that partisanship is threatening the United States, what he carried and held dear and communicated to members of both of his party and the opposition was the antidote to that. And it had such a resounding and lasting effect on so many of us that you see, even now, the Ralston legacy hard at work in the House, and you see it in the inspiration that members of both parties still bring to serve, including me. And I'm proud to be part of that legacy. And if there's any ambiguity about how many of us Democrats feel in the House and in this body, I just wanted to make it 100% clear that this is a bipartisan resolution for a great man. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 18th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon now, colleagues. I had not intended on speaking, but with what we've heard this morning, I feel compelled to address this body as the pro tem. You know, there's an old expression, there's a time and place for everything, but I think I've just learned there's not a time and a place for everything. And this well is a sacred place that under our rules and the way we conduct ourselves, you're to come down here and express yourself. But there are decorum limitations on that. And I thank our president for exercising those and recognizing those. Because I express and suggest that so many in this room that have talked to me in the last few minutes, there's a sincere embarrassment over the conduct for the Senator of the 53rd. And for that, on behalf of this body, as the pro tem, to the family and friends of David Ralston, I apologize. I apologize for that conduct. I'm going to pivot now because of the story that seemed to be told by the senator from the 53rd that spoke to David Ralston as a lawyer. Most everyone has come down here and talked about David Ralston as the significant public servant in Georgia, how he served in the Senate, how he offered himself for Attorney General, how he rose with the trust of his colleagues to be the Speaker of the House for a long time. He conducted himself with honor in that way, and he also did in the way I saw him practice law. Years ago, back in the early 90s. David Ralston and I had a case against each other. I was not in politics and hadn't even thought about being in politics. But I was living and practicing law in Gainesville, and he was up in Blue Ridge. And we had a will contest case. It was one of those that's difficult because it's families against families and a will that was offered. And I saw a man that exhibited great professionalism in the way he practiced law. Even though we were against each other, and we had families that were this was very heated and very serious for the families. David Ralston conducted himself very professionally. I'll tell you one little part of the story. We had depositions that needed to be taken up in Nashville, and David and I were talking, and David and I got along because he was the consummate professional when it came to being a lawyer. And he said, John, how are you going to get to those depositions? I said, well, I'm going to fly up there and be there for the day. And he said, that's a long way to go, to drive from Gainesville to Atlanta and fly to. I said, well, no, David, I'm a pilot. I'm going to rent a plane. I'm going to fly myself up there. And he said, wow, that sounds convenient. I said, you want me to come pick you up? There was a long pause, and he said, would you do that? I said, sure. Now, you got to understand the mindset. Not every lawyer would want to do that for every other lawyer, but David Ralston behaved himself and conducted himself with that degree of decorum and professionalism that I, as opposing counsel, not only was comfortable with that, but wanted to do that. So I flew out of Gainesville, flew up to Blue Ridge, or the closest little airport to Blue Ridge, landed. David was there. He got in the plane. We flew to Nashville. And as we were going to the place for the deposition, which was in a tall building in Nashville, I said, David, we might not ought to walk in together. Maybe our clients don't need to see us walking in absolutely together. He said, that's a good idea, John. So one of us walked in first, and about 5 minutes later, the other did. And we went in, and we had an incredibly tense deposition. Again, family matters. We fought professionally. We objected. We argued. We represented zealously our clients. And at the end of that, everyone parted ways. David and I got in a cab and drove to the airport together. I flew him from Nashville back to the airport where he was, and as we were landing, it was getting dark, and we were later than I thought we were going to be. And this was the day before everybody had a cell phone. So I pulled up and I said, David, I'm not going to shut the engine down. I want you to just hop out. I'm going to leave the engine running. I need to get out of here and get out of the mountains before it gets dark. I said, but this is my wife's phone number. Would you call her as soon as you can and let her know that I'm running late, but I'm okay? Absolutely. He hops out. Everything was fine. I get home to then learn the story from my wife, who had told me that the phone rang. And she was, my wife's always been nervous about me flying, like the senators from the 19th a little bit. He flies as we have other members. But wives get nervous about us guys flying. And she said the phone rang, and this deep voice said, Mrs. Kennedy? She said, yes. Susan Kennedy? Yes. Well, by this time, my wife had concluded in those 5 seconds that this was the FAA calling, that I had crashed and I was dead, and she was being called to come identify the body. He said, this is David Ralston. I flew with your husband today. I'm just calling to tell you that he's going to be late, but he's going to be fine. So it ended well, but there in those moments, it certainly scared the heck out of her when David Ralston, the voice that he had, came and said that. David was a fine lawyer. He was a professional. And he was a good legislator. He was a good speaker. And he was a friend to so many of us. And I thank the majority leader for bringing this resolution. And I hope we get a nice, good vote for the family, yes, in honoring his family. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. Main question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution by substitute. All those in favor of the resolution will vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the adoption of resolution by substitute, the yeas are 53, the nays are 1. This resolution having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore adopted by substitute. Pro Tem, I appreciate you saying those words. I will tell you, members, I've served under 2 lieutenant governors in this body as a state senator, and this is my second year as lieutenant governor, and I give everybody in this room a lot of levity, a lot of leeway on when they come to the well, because I do believe everybody deserves the right to speak their mind on things. And I can assure you, in the 10 plus years I've been in this body, I have not liked everyone that I've served with, but I've always treated them with respect and decorum, which I think is necessary, and that's what I expect out of every one of our members here, whether it's majority or the minority party. And there is a time and a place for everything. And while I don't like cutting members off from speaking their mind, once again, there's a time and a place for everything. So let's be mindful, be respectful, and know whatever personal grievances you might have, pick and choose when you pick the moment in time when you want to express those feelings, because today was not one of them. So. Secretary read House Bill 244.
House Bill 244, a bill by Representative Petrea of the 166th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 27 of the OCGA relating to general provisions relative to game and fish, so as to extend the date by which rules and regulations prescribed by the Board of Natural Resources must be in effect for purposes of establishing criminal violations of said rules and regulations, and for the purposes. The Senate Committee on Natural Resources and the Environment recommends that this do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Anderson of the 24th District Chairman. The Senate Committee on Natural Resources and the Environment offers the following substitute to House Bill 244. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 1222 of the OCGA relating to Environmental Protection Division, Environmental Advisory Council, duties of council and its members and director, appeal procedures generally, permit applications and inspections, so as to update an effective date and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the first.
Thank you, Mr. President. About 100 years ago, our coast was known for the aquaculture relating to oysters. We were the #1 producer of oysters in the nation. Now, most of that was used in oyster stew, and there was smaller oysters and so forth, but we were #1 in that, and then it became obsolete, basically because it was over-harvested. About 10 years ago, the Board of Regents, through the Skidaway Institute of Oceanography, down in my neck of the woods. I actually look over at the Skidaway Institute of Oceanography through the University of Georgia now, and they began a seed production of oysters. We now have areas designated for areas of harvest of oysters. We have contracts with oyster farmers, and the seeds are still produced at the Skidaway Institute of Oceanography for these oysters. So we have locally grown and harvested oysters in our state, and we are very proud of that, and that is increasing and should continue to increase over the next years. That is the reason I am carrying this bill, though it does do several other things relating to natural resources, like extending some dates, making it now legal to call bobcat and foxes with sounds, and other things. But I'm carrying it relating to oysters. I'm happy to update those regulations as recommended by the Natural Resource Committee, my representative in the House, Representative Jesse Petrie, and so forth. Mr. President, that's what it does. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. All those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 24th, what purpose do you rise?
Isn't it true, Mr. President, that the senator from the 1st feeds us oysters every year from the great city of Savannah?
He does, Senator. Senator knows what he speaks. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 1. This bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary read HB 880.
House Bill 880, a bill by Representative Ballard of the 147th and others, a bill to be town and act to amend Code Section 43134 of the OCGA relating to licenses for transitioning members of the armed forces so as to allow military spouses to use an existing license in good standing from another state to obtain employment in this state and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Veterans, Military, and Homeland Security recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne of the 54th District Chairman. Additionally, Senator Payne of the 54th offers the following amendment to amend House Bill 880 by inserting "to provide for the promulgation of rules and regulations" after "law" on line 6, by deleting "or D" on line 41, by replacing code section with subcode section on line 71 and 75, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 20th.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm honored today to bring to you House Bill 880, authored, primary sponsor in the House was Representative Bethany Ballard. This is to help our military families, military spouses. It's an issue we've worked on over the years since I've been here without fully being successful. I hope we can be successful today and pass what will be one of the strongest military spouse license protection laws in the U.S. We're fortunate here in Georgia to have many major military installations, from Dahlonega to Kings Bay to Valdosta to Columbus to Atlanta to Warner Robins. We have over 57,000 active military members in our state, which means we have about 25,000 military spouses in our state. These members are generally move around the world. They're moved every 2 years, and their spouse, of course, oftentimes moves with them. And because of that, it's very difficult for the spouse to have a career and earn a living. First-year officer enlisted service member makes a little over $25,000 a year, so a second income is very necessary. A first-year officer with a spouse and child just makes a little over $42,000. 90% of spouses of military report that their service members' military career negatively impacts their career progress, and 34% of military spouses work in occupations requiring a license. So they typically lose 6 to 9 months of work when they move. So what this bill does, it allows for an expedited license by endorsement for military spouses under certain conditions. The conditions are listed in lines 43 through 63. And then in line 64, if the Occupational Licensing Board does not issue their license by endorsement within 30 days, then the spouse can continue working. The licensing board still has the ability to, rescind the expedited license after an investigation if they find any kind of violations. But this bill would allow the military spouse to immediately use the license she has, valid license from another state, to begin working in the state of Georgia where their spouse is stationed. So they have to be stationed in Georgia or transitioning to Georgia, and the spouse has to be employed by a Georgia business. If that's the case, then they can immediately start working in their chosen occupation. I'll be happy to answer any questions, Mr. President. If otherwise, ask for favorable consideration, and I'll yield the well.
You do have one question, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it true if we pass this bill, it will not have an effect on your hairstyle?
Well, that's correct, I think.
All right, Senator, no more questions.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to, oh, I'm sorry, we got an amendment. Recognize the senator from the 54 to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Friends, this bill passed out of the Veterans Committee, unanimous support. It's also supported by the Secretary of State's office and the Georgia Chamber. Passed the House 168-0. This amendment is just cleanup language that's brought to me as chairman of the committee after the fact, so we've just added that just to clean the bill up. It changes nothing in the bill or the purpose of it. And if there are any questions, Mr. President, I will yield the well.
I'm sorry, Senator, you do have one question, the author of the bill. I recognize the senator from the 20th.
I do yield.
I appreciate you. Isn't it true that I appreciate you bringing this cleanup bill that we all agree on, a friendly amendment?
Absolutely, and it came late to me late yesterday, or I would have gotten you to sign on to the amendment as well.
Thank you, sir.
I yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? Senator from the 20th, you want to close the debate? You good? Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none. The question is on the adoption of Amendment 1, authored by the senator from the 54th. Is there objection to Amendment 1? Without objection, Amendment 1. Amendment 1 is added to the bill. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. Report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed as amended. Secretary read House Bill 1339.
House Bill 1339, a bill by Representative Parrish of the 158th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 31 of the OCGA relating to health so as to revise relative to certificate of need, to amend Code Section 48729.20 of the OCGA relating to tax credits for contributions to rural hospital organizations and for other purposes. The Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Cowser of the 46th District Chairman. The Regulated Industries and Utilities Committee offers the following substitute to House Bill 1339, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 31 of the OCGA relating to health so as to revise relative to certificate of need, to revise definitions, to provide for review of the state health plan every 5 years, to eliminate capital expenditure thresholds in certain circumstances and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the Chairman of Regulated Industries to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Senate. My honor to be here today to present House Bill 1339. I want to thank the Lieutenant Governor for allowing me to carry this bill in the Senate and to assign it to the Regulated Industries Committee for a thorough vetting. I know this to be a major policy platform in his leadership here. It's important to him coming from rural Georgia to try to improve the access to health care. I want to thank the doctors in our caucus from the 1st and 32nd that have given invaluable input and coaching and guidance to me to help educate me on some of the incredible complexities of our medical delivery system. I want to thank the members of the minority party that have had significant input, including the minority leader, the senator from the 26th, senator from the 39th, who brought portions of this bill to me, and we certainly incorporated those suggestions. Many of you have heard the phrase CON and may not really have a good
grip on what that is. I've tried to learn as much as I could about it as we have plowed through this subject matter over the years. There have been a number of bills that have come through this body. Some have passed, some haven't. Same thing on the House side. Representative Matt Hatchett, who's their chairman of appropriations, had a bill just a couple of years ago to completely abolish the CON process as being anti-competitive and harmful to access to medical care. That did not pass, but the House set up a study committee last year, and Rules Chairman Butch Parrish chaired that committee, and they spent a good bit of time over the summer exploring ways to reform this system to make health care more accessible to Georgians. We did the same on the Senate side, and Senator from the 28th, no, I'm afraid that was the 27th, chaired that committee. And we came out with a number of recommendations. One was to consider the possible elimination of the CON system. Other modifications, less drastic than that, which were adopted through committee process. CON stands for Certificate of Need, and it originated back in the 1970s with a federal program. And it was essentially a federal mandate. In order to draw down federal funds for health care, you had to implement some type of restrictions on facilities. The idea was to determine the need for new capital expenditures, to make sure we weren't duplicating services and unnecessarily wasting our resources, and to guarantee access to health care. So Department of Community Health was allowed, or through rules and regulations, to permit the building or expansion of medical facilities, particularly hospitals and other medical services. Well, the program didn't work. It didn't control health care expenditures. It didn't make health care more accessible. And in just a very few years, by 1987, the mandate was abolished, and states were no longer needed to have Certificate of Need programs. Many states immediately abandoned it and repealed those laws and went back to, capitalism, free competition, and the provision of health care services. At least 12 just immediately got rid of it. Many, many others have made modifications over the years and reductions and exemptions to these type of requirements to get permission to open a hospital or a surgery center or provide certain medical services, to buy new equipment. We are struggling with that now to try to see what's the right balance. The big issue that we continue to worry about is access to medical care. Our focus in recent years has been on rural health care. What do we have to do to get new hospitals closer to our people in rural areas of the state? It has expanded now to other areas of the state that maybe aren't in rural areas, that are healthcare deserts where there is no health care nearby. Atlanta, South Fulton County has now become one of those areas. We're treating them just like rural Georgia, because Atlanta Medical Center and the other facility Wellstar ran in South Fulton are now closed, leaving many people with much less accessible health care. On top of that, the Senate has been greatly concerned with maternal health care, and we have abysmal rates of maternal health in this state. And we want to do everything we can to provide health care to women, pregnant women, young children, infants, for the health of our society. The House has taken a particular interest in mental health. We concur that we need to do what we can to provide mental health services to as many people as possible in our state. And you'll see in this bill where we are emphasizing these priorities that I've just addressed. The House passed the bill. We'd passed one last year, hadn't been acted on yet. The House Study Committee, under that firm hand and wise leadership of Chairman Butch Parrish, has come up with a bill that addresses many of these problems. It had 12 to 14 sections in the bill. We didn't bother 7 of those sections or change them in any way. We made a little tweak to one on rural hospitals, and then we've added some other exemptions. So when you're looking at a certificate of need, here's who has to get one under the current law. A new hospital, before you can build a new hospital, either a general hospital, acute care hospital, or a specialty hospital, you have to go to the Department of Community Health and you have to file an application to be granted permission, this certificate of need, to build it. And all the other healthcare providers in the area and hospitals can come oppose you. They get tied up in court. It's a multi-year process to build a new hospital. Same thing applies for nursing homes and home health agencies, either new ones or expanding an existing one. You have to get the permission of the government to provide those services. It also applies to any multi-specialty surgical center. You're seeing more and more outpatient surgical centers, what I call them. They're ambulatory surgical centers, but it's ones that are outside of a hospital. You can't do that if you have more than one medical specialty unless you get this permission slip from the government. We had carved out an exception for a single specialty to build out these surgical centers. Most of them are done in partnership with hospitals, but you see those throughout the states, and they make these type of procedures more accessible to people. You don't necessarily have to go to a hospital, especially in areas like rural Georgia that doesn't have so many hospitals. It saves those people from having to drive up to Atlanta to get a surgical procedure done. We also require certificates of need for radiation therapy, for positron emission tomography, which is PET scan machines that detect cancer in its early stages, for open heart surgery, or for neonatal services. So there's a wide spectrum of areas that you have to go get the permission of the Department of Community Health and have an appeals process. Other competitors can block you or try to slow you down or stop you from providing these health services. Now, this bill modernizes the CON process to eliminate some of these barriers of offering medical services in certain areas. It is not a wholesale elimination of the certificate of need requirements. We're targeting certain areas where we want to make it easier to provide medical services to Georgians. Less barriers, to not have to jump through all this red tape and regulatory approval process to try to give medical services to our citizens. The first area we address are rural hospitals. We're trying to make it easier to build a rural hospital. We worry about rural health care. The existing system that we've had now for over 40 years of these CON requirements has failed rural hospitals. 10 or 11 have closed in the last few years. One wants to reopen, and they can't reopen without going right back through this whole process for 2 or 3 years. So we're trying to make it easier to build hospitals in our rural areas. Those are defined in the code as counties with less than 50,000 people. This bill allows it without a CON if you are a trauma center designated hospital, if you provide an emergency department that's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and accepts psychiatric patients as well as general patients, that you participate in the Medicaid program, that you provide the required amount of indigent, charity, uncompensated care. And that's established by the Department of Community Health. Right now it's about 3%. And in this exception, you would also have to have a clinical training affiliation agreement to serve as a host facility to train new physicians, nurses, pharmacists, and other medical providers. In other words, provide a place to host residents for teaching hospitals. Now that's important because we want physicians to locate in rural Georgia or in places where we have medical health care deserts, where there's inadequate or inaccessible medical care. And we've learned over the years that if you're a medical student and you're a resident and you're placed in a community for your training, you're way more likely to stay there. And we want to attract people to these rural areas to stay so we have medical health care available to people all throughout Georgia, not just the metro area, and specifically the northern arc of the metro area, because South Atlanta is not getting the care that we used to. Those are the exceptions, narrow exceptions. You've got to be a legitimate hospital, open 24/7, trauma center, emergency room care, treating psychiatric patients also, and caring for charity care, indigent care, and accepting Medicaid, or you don't fit this exception. So it's narrow. The only thing we changed from the House version that came over in this piece, the rural hospital piece, is that they wanted it to be that you had to be a teaching hospital. We changed that. That's difficult, more burdensome to do, to at least make you have an agreement with one and be a host for medical students in training. Accomplishes the same goal with that nuance. That's first exception. You will no longer need a CON to open these hospitals. Helps rural Georgia. Number two, also for rural Georgia, we put in a provision that this was not in the House bill to allow you to reopen a short stay hospital within 24 months of its closure without having to go back through the CON process. So we're worried about rural hospitals closing. This allows them to reopen if they can get the finance and the ability to do it. There's one in particular in Cuthbert, Georgia, that has been closed more than 12 months. So they are, under current laws, not eligible to reopen that hospital. They've got people want to reopen it, they've got the financing, they've got the local will to do it, and they are blocked by this CON process. This eliminates their need to go through the process again just to reopen a hospital that's closed, what we're trying to prevent from happening. Number three, we're creating a new exception, and this is in the Senate bill, was not in the House bill. So I need y'all support if we're going to keep this in the bill. Your votes today will show the will of the Senate. Do you want this or not? We're creating an exception, and this came from the senator from the 26th, 39th, 36th that came to me and said, we've got to do something about the closure of Atlanta Medical Center. Calvin Smyrie came and met with me. He and I became fast friends during some legislation a few years ago on hate crimes. He helped me solve the puzzle as I led that legislation through this body, how to bring all parties together. Between him and the senator from the 22nd, they educated me and we came up with a compromise to make that happen. So I really respect this man. He came to me on behalf of Morehouse, which has a medical school, and he said, we can fill this gap. If we can build a new hospital in South Atlanta, it will make up for the loss of Atlanta Medical Center. And it'll be a teaching hospital, and it'll be a new building. But we've got this barrier of CON. We got to fight all these other Atlanta hospitals to get permission to open up a hospital. Can you give us some relief? We had went wholehearted on that, and we have built this exception. Has the same requirements for a rural hospital. You got to take Medicaid, you got to give charity care, you got to be open 24/7, you got to be a trauma center, and in that case, it will be a teaching hospital connected with Morehouse if we can pass this bill and hold on to it in conference. The higher our vote today, the stronger our position to keep this in the bill. It solves the need of access to health care in South Fulton County, South Atlanta. We have another exception that we didn't change. I mentioned came from the House for a psychiatric or substance abuse hospital. This bill will allow those type of institutions to open without a CON. Very greatly streamlines the process, makes it easier to provide mental health services to our people. Again, they've got to be 24/7. They've got to give indigent care. They've got to do the proper reporting. The same requirements apply for all of these exceptions. And finally, we have an exceptions for obstetrics, which we are now kind of referring to as perinatal care. We want to allow those type of medical practices to open without going through these hoops and ladders and problems of a CON process. And I would say our version of that bill took it a little further than the House, and it would allow birthing centers, which many states have. If you want to have your child somewhere other than a hospital situation, you can go to a specialized birthing center for that purpose. Now, there's some people say, well, is this safe? Is it safe to be getting outpatient surgical treatment, to go into these other type of institutions that you're allowing to avoid the CON process? I will point out on every one of these new exemptions, you have to have an agreement with a hospital within a reasonable distance, a transfer agreement where if you need the trauma center care of a hospital, you can transfer your patients there to them. You got to be within a reasonable distance and have to have an agreement in order to circumvent this CON process. So this is intended to be very safe for patients. One other requirement that came from the House is right now you got to get permission from the government, from DCH, to invest in capital or new equipment to modernize your facilities. And there are certain caps. Anything over $3 million for diagnostic equipment, therapeutic equipment, imaging equipment, you got to get Big Brother's permission and go through this 2-year process. Anything that more than $10 million for a hospital, you got to get approval. Our bill eliminates that cap or those requirements. If you want to modernize your equipment, buy new equipment, expand, you ought to be able to do that. You've already got the CON from when you built your facility, but to keep it new and current, we want to encourage investment that helps patients. We have gone back to what the original House version was that eliminated these requirements or permission for capital expenditures. A couple of other changes in the bill that may be of interest. One, you will hear probably from some of your local hospitals, what's this deal about multiple specialty groups being able to have surgical centers? Right now, they can't do that without a CON. This bill does not allow that without a CON. What this allows, though, is physicians from multiple specialties that allow them to practice together in a group setting. For example, you might want to have an OB/GYN and a pediatrician in the same office, but they can't have but one specialty in a surgical center. If that group owns a surgical center, they could only provide one type of surgical procedures. So it sounds like you're changing multi-special. All you're doing is try to encourage doctors to be able to practice in groups that complement each other. Two other things on rural hospitals. You've got on your desk, the senator from the 4th sent out a notice of all the donations that have been received by rural hospitals pursuant to the rural hospital tax credit that passed some years ago. And over the years, it's over about $350 million of lifeblood injection of cash into these hospitals. And there's over 50 of them that qualify. We can donate up to $75 million a year, and you'll look at his chart, and I thank you, Senator from the 4th, for presenting that to us, that shows how much money your local hospitals receive that helps keep them competitive and keep them in business. This bill increases that tax credit from $75 million a year to $100 million a year. So it increases it by 30%. Do you see the theme here? We're trying to help rural health care and areas that are getting insufficient medical treatment. We call them healthcare deserts. We have one final piece I'll talk about in this bill, and it is the creation of a commission to study the expansion of medical services in Georgia. And this is something in a nod to the minority leader. She asked for an amendment in committee to make certain that this commission has representation for the minority party. Not for minorities, this isn't a minority set aside, but the minority leader in the House and the minority leader in the Senate will be able to make appointments, one each, to this commission to make sure your views are represented in the work of this commission. And this commission will look at everything. How are we going to improve access to medical care in Georgia? They're going to look at insurance rates. They're going to look at insurance availability, reimbursement rates, availability of services, further CON reforms, and/or Medicaid expansion. That is all on the table, and that is a debate we need to have. I love the senator from the 26, and you talk about passionate. Y'all, I bet you can see from up here, Mr. President, how many times he comes to my desk back there. Let me tell you, we ain't talking about football or sports betting. We're talking about Medicaid expansion, and my promise is to him that we're going to explore that. This sets up a framework for it. I have hit the highlights of this bill. There are some other things, but those are the ones you're going to hear about. There's some things about the appeal process, about reporting, but that's the nuts and bolts of the bill. Many of you may have some concerns about one piece or another. You're going to be hearing from certain medical providers. I got emails and letters today from all of these different specialties of physicians saying, amen, 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 please, for God's sakes, pass this bill for us. We need it. It helps us provide medical services and lower the cost of medical services. I think GHA has issued an action alert there against it. We got a provision that's in here on the transfer of beds at the request of Emory Healthcare, and many of the groups have been at the table, have been heard. They realize this is a negotiating process, and it isn't over yet. Trying to win them over as we come up with the final product. Very proud of the Senate version. We think it took the best and most of the House version, and we added to it to address these same priorities of maternal health care, mental health care, rural health care, and this gap we now have in Atlanta. And on top of that, it allows Morehouse to create their own teaching hospital in the area of most need. Now, what I've got to say is don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Every one of us in this room might see parts of this bill we wished wasn't there, or maybe that went further, or man, if I could just take this piece out. You're not going to get it to perfect. You may not like every section or every provision, but if you want to make progress on health care in Georgia, this is the vehicle to do it. And what I'm asking you to do is show the House how important these changes we made in the Senate are, to include Morehouse Medical School, let them have a hospital, to let Cuthbert reopen down there, to give maternal health care a chance in Georgia, to reduce the cost of health care for Georgians across the board. Please support this bill. That will help me, assuming I'm appointed on the conference committee, which would be traditional for the sponsor and the committee chair from which a bill comes, to fight to keep those in the bill in our conference committee. Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions that I can on this subject matter.
You do have a couple of questions, Senator. I recognize the Senator from 21st.
Deal?
I do.
A couple years ago, a hospital in my district wanted to add 2 floors. I wrote a letter in support. They went through the process. They were approved. If they wanted to add more beds now, if this passes, I would not have to write that letter, and they would just be able to add 2 more stories if they would like to, or there is no CON process or letters to be written?
I think they may need permission based on the number of beds, but as far as capital investment, they would not have to get permission.
Okay, thank you.
Recognize Senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
I yield to my sweet mate.
Thank you, sir. A clarity question, really. I have some concerns from some of my hospitals about specialty doctors operating in that area. What about this? For the question, what about space? Is that space 3 miles, 5 miles distance still recognized? And secondly, can especially operate without a CON now, or they must get a CON now?
All right, so the first question is, let's say your hospital now wants to relocate or move some of their services. This bill allows them to do it within a 15-mile radius. Now, on services, you've got a cardiology group down there in Columbus that is very interested and supportive, by the way, of this Senate version. We define now in this bill for those kind of cardiology type services, cardiology, vascular surgeon, and interventional radiology, in other words, putting a stent in your heart. We will this lets those three operate as one specialty. It solves the problem of your group in Columbus.
Okay, so but they would have to get a CON?
Not if this bill passes.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Yeah, one more question, Senator. Senator from the 35th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
I'll be glad to.
Senator, I've been working on getting a hospital in the South Fulton, South area of Atlanta for several years now. And last year we passed a resolution for a hospital authority, and it would be comprised of East Point, and definitely the city of South Fulton where I live. And I went and talked to all the other city councils in that area who also were interested, but we could not get a CON. They have been trying to get that building that was closed by Wellstar, that in this legislation would give the hospital to Morehouse for teaching, correct?
We're creating an exception to address your concerns exactly. And what you have experienced is the frustration that so many people in healthcare are facing. They know there's a need for a hospital because 2 of them really closed.
Yes.
We have somebody willing to build one, and your resolutions, you can do them all day long, and they don't mean a thing to the Department of Community Health and the other parties that have a right to object to these hospitals that force you to jump through all these hoops of the CON process. This bill eliminates those barriers and specifically allows a hospital to address your people.
Will you further yield?
I'd be happy to.
The CON that was already attached to Wellstar Hospital Southwest no, it's not gone yet because it lives so many, a couple of years. We were trying to negotiate with them. I went in and talked to Morehouse College, sat with all of them, gave them all my information, gave them my contacts, and I see now that they have come to you to go around the cities that I was representing to do this. So is it possible that, I see now too that it would be 2 rural CONs that could possibly get it. Is it possible that a metro, that group could get a CON?
That's what
because
it's
it doesn't
built for.
address that in your legislation.
No, it does address that. That is in this bill specifically.
That
it doesn't just
them?
use the words Morehouse Medical College, but it defines within 5 miles of their main campus to build a teaching hospital.
I see.
And that is in the South Fulton area.
Sorta. It's in the middle of
Well,
Atlanta. It is.
Within
You're
5
right.
miles.
You're correct.
Yeah,
You're
that's
correct.
where they want to go.
Hold up. Let me ask him, okay?
Senator,
I'm sorry, I'm trying to
Senator
talk.
from 35th, his time's expired, but
Okay.
The question that you have, it's in the bill. It is in the bill, so
But
he can show it to you.
I don't want to do anything with Morehouse College now. They did not
Time
work
has
with me.
expired. Time has expired,
Okay,
Senator.
thank you, Senator. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor.
Yield the well, Senator.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll
I yield the
continue
well.
working.
I recognize the senator from the 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today I rise in support of this legislation as a first vote, a first opportunity, because there is still time to make sure that the intent and the heart of this bill can continue to move forward. And the heart of this bill is to improve health care in Georgia. And when you look at it, when you talk about just different aspects of it, we talk about improving psychiatric services, rural health care, prenatal care, health care in other areas of the state. But in each one of those particular areas, it also says, as a provider for Medicaid services. So the heart of the bill is amazing, but are we ensuring that all potential patients will actually be treated? And unfortunately, because we kind of look at healthcare as a business instead of a right, terms like customers and things of that nature actually becomes important in our conversation. So I think it's important to continue to move forward, because without Medicaid expansion, we're actually depriving a lot of these new facilities that are trying to get to the heart of healthcare in Georgia, depriving them of customers and, quite frankly, income. Our current structure, although well-intentioned, unfortunately is still not being as effective as it could, not covering as many persons as we could. Potential funds being left on the table is tremendous. And Georgia, of course, has one of the highest uninsured rates in the nation. But when we look at the examples of states who have actually expanded on Medicaid, such as Arkansas, for instance, we see that their expansion for covered adults has increased exponentially compared to other states. And not only do we in this body, many of us in the body, want to see Medicaid expansion, 71% of Georgians do too. So this is actually a first step, an opportunity, and I support it to continue to move forward within the next couple of weeks that we have here. And so we know what the numbers kind of show, but let me just tell you what Georgians are kind of facing based on my just two quick examples dealing with my own personal story. When I was in law school, I was playing touch football, and I fractured my skull. I literally had a dent in my head. It was dented in. So I had to get surgery to fuse the bones together and put a plate in my head. I had been to pre-ops and other appointments, so I had insurance. That wasn't an issue, but for whatever reason, I gave them the wrong information when I went to go get my surgery. And I never forget the lady there, how mean she was and how rude she was, because we had a disconnect on the insurance information. And I never forget her as I sat out there saying, who is going to tell him that he doesn't have insurance and he can't get this done? So I called my dad, and he said, no, you got it wrong. Just hold on. Let me speak to the lady. And by the time they finished talking, because I had insurance, she's laughing and chuckling and carrying on and saying, oh, Mr. Jones, we got it all handled. And so I was able to get my surgery, and I walk around with a small plate in my head to this day. But I'll never forget the difference where she thought that I wasn't covered compared to when she found out that I was. And now, of course, today, many of our persons go to the doctor with that. And I've dealt with health concerns with my parents, who, of course, are older, and so they had all sorts of insurance. But it was always nice to be able to go into those facilities and know that they had things that could cover them. And even with the expansive coverage that they had, quite frankly, there's some things that they could not have access to. So 400,000 of our Georgians right now, though, they're experiencing that experience that I had, and they're not experiencing the experience that I had when I dealt with my parents, as far as knowing that they had some type of insurance. They're either getting no service, they're going bankrupt, or having lack of service. But this opportunity, as we move forward, tells us that we still have time to change all of that. Many times in history, significant moments in history are not planned. And when those significant moments happen, when persons have to meet them, the question is, are they ready to meet them? And quite frankly, today and the next 2 weeks for this body is an unplanned historical moment. We have the opportunity to make tremendous change of healthcare in Georgia, not only with this bill, but with other bills that possibly can come forward. It may not have developed the way we kind of envisioned, that we all would come out and have a press conference, we all create a bill, but that's many times how significant moments in history take place. They aren't planned. The question becomes, how do you meet those significant moments? So, Mr. President, you, I, and 55 members of this body must be ready for our historical moment in time. It is here today, and it will continue over the next 2 weeks. And the question is, how are we going to meet it? This is step one. My vote today is for this one step today. But the question becomes, will we continue to meet our historical moment? And I will say, I think we can. Now is our moment. Now is our time to meet this moment. But more importantly, 400,000 Georgians, it's your time to meet this moment. Thank you, and I yield the well, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 6th.
Colleagues, I stand in support of Medicaid expansion and am advocating for a bill that ensures that 500,000 Georgians that do not currently have access to health insurance get coverage. I'll try to keep this short, but as someone who believes that CON reform is needed and that we should be significantly reforming the CON framework, I also believe that CON reform alone will not solve our healthcare issues in Georgia. What we're doing today is putting the cart before the horse, because we won't make progress on tackling the healthcare crisis and moving towards what I know that the author intends here without expansion of Medicaid. When you look at the hospitals that have closed in Georgia, over a dozen of them over the last decade, whether in Atlanta or Cuthbert, the reason for them closing is the sheer number of uncompensated care that they provided to patients. So as I look at this bill, a bill that in principle I generally agree with, as I look at this bill, the questions that come to mind are: one, how does this bill allow a hospital operator, whether it's 20 minutes from here or 4 hours from here, to avoid operating at a significant loss under the current mix of uncompensated care? Does this bill address that issue? Two, how does this bill ensure that these facilities that would open have the capacity to fully staff the needs of the community? If this bill alone does not answer those two questions in the affirmative, then I'm very concerned that this bill will not make the progress that we intend to make. The only way to address our healthcare issue in Georgia is to pass Medicaid expansion with CON reform. That is why states that have passed CON reform in the last decade have done it in tandem with Medicaid expansion or right after expanding Medicaid. Colleagues, I'm voting no today as a call of action. that while I agree with the principles in this legislation, I also firmly believe that we have to expand Medicaid now. We can take the lead in this chamber by signaling our desire to expand Medicaid with an easy vote right here on this floor. We don't have to wait on the House. We don't have to wait on the governor to make a statement that we want to make progress on health care in this great state. It doesn't only make moral sense, it makes fiscal sense. We have $1.2 billion as a bonus waiting for us once we expand Medicaid. And the federal government will pay 90% of the cost of expansion. And I know many had hoped that Obamacare, that the Affordable Care Act, would be repealed by now. But it's not going anywhere, colleagues. It is here to stay. And the time is now for us to join 40 states in expanding the Medicaid program. And if we don't expand Medicaid this year or any time in the future, what will happen? The hospitals that are currently open and currently struggling across this state, and I know my colleagues in rural Georgia know this well, the hospitals that are on the brink will continue to be on the brink. If we don't expand Medicaid, some of the hospitals that are on the brink of closing will close because those ambulatory surgical centers will certainly not help in that uncompensated mix that these hospitals are seeing. If we don't expand Medicaid alongside with this bill, the hospitals that are set to open, whether it's the one in Morehouse or at Morehouse or the one or the two in rural Georgia, those hospitals will be heavily reliant on outside funding to keep them alive. Whether that funding comes from the federal government or it comes from increasing taxes on local residents, or whether it comes from state aid, we will have to save those hospitals without expanding Medicaid. So colleagues, I'm asking all of us to avoid these issues by ensuring that this session we adopt legislation that expands Medicaid. Whether you vote for this bill or not, I hope that you join me in the push to make it happen this year. Because our healthcare system and the 500,000 Georgians that are uninsured in this state today cannot afford to wait any longer. With that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Recognize Senator from 26.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Senate. This has been a 12-year battle for me. When I got here, I talked about rural health. Because what I found out in rural Georgia, things that happen to you don't happen to you in the metropolitan areas. Now, I'm a little bit emotional because we're on the right path. Why should an OBGYN have to get a CON for a pediatrician to be in the office because it ain't at the hospital? Who gonna see about the kids? I got several rural hospitals today operating on 3 or 4 days cash. This will help them. This is serious business. Follow the money. Weight broke the wagon. I introduced 442. That CON did not affect those populations of 35,000 or less. I followed the Tax Credit Act and using those numbers. Now, it's in the Senate version of the CON to 50,000. When you go to Cuthbert, a rural community, hospital closed, and now they want to reopen it. And the obstacle is CON. We've got to change it. I introduced Senate Bill 487, Medicaid expansion. But I did the CON bill and the 487 to get the discussion started. To get it started. But our state constitution says the revenue measures, Section 5, Paragraph 2, have to originate in the House. But I wanted the Senate to have the discussion with the House about Medicaid expansion. Wanted us to have an idea of what it's going to cost and what kind of plan we're looking at. This is a good start, but let me say something to you. Checkers is a fast game. When you play at chess, when you make one move, you got to calculate where you got to make the other move. Passing this bill, passing it, that's the reason I voted yes for engrossment, because I was part of the discussion, and we ain't had nothing but lawyers there telling us what you can and what you can't do. So we didn't need anything jumping up at the last minute. We didn't need it. Yes, more houses in it, because it came with a plan as to how to serve that community that lost its services. Thanks to the Lieutenant Governor, and I even said thanks to the Chairman of Regulated Industry. I was a teacher. I spoke to his class when he was in high school. Now the student has come back to teach the teacher. This is serious business. Medicaid expansion is what you need to take care of all these folks. The House has been discussing Arkansas. Arkansas, they buy an insurance policy. But what happens to those folks who have previous conditions? Insurance company ain't gonna insure. If they do, it's gonna be a premium with it. So we need to look at all our options. A lot of folks didn't like it, but 487 included a work provision that's in the federal code. And it has all kind of exceptions. They get counselors in. Why you're not working? Do you have a mental disability? Or is it that you didn't finish high school and you can't find a job? Or if you're a welder and you're working 50 miles away and then you got to take care of your child at home and you can't go to work. Well, if that's the case, we'll help you put that welding shop at your garage at your house so you can be self-sufficient. Ain't nothing wrong with 1339 as the Senate committee passed it out and bring it to you today. Medicaid expansion is part of the discussion, because when the bill goes to the House, I can tell you what's going to happen. They're going to disagree. Then there's going to be a conference committee. And if we get the thing, it's going to come out the conference committee and put it on your desk in the House and in the Senate. But you can believe that Medicaid expansion will be part of the discussion in the conference committee. I don't know what happened to the House. They were talking about it, then all of a sudden the study committee. We don't need to study it. We know what it is. It's about money. It's about money to go to Phoebe Putney, Adrian Healthcare, all other hospitals. They get paid something for the folks that they say they are paying on uncompensated care. Now I'm telling you, I've been around here a long time. Medicaid expansion will be discussed in that conference committee. What kind of plan? How much money? That's the reason I did 487, was to try to get a figure from the state auditor on what kind of money we talking about. Now, I've had many conversations with a lot of you who said, well, look, I don't know about Medicaid expansion. And I've tried to tell you that even the programs that we have that deal with low income, if you get Medicaid expansion, they are going to be married into that expansion, which means we won't have those dollars going in the other direction. But this is the process. It's a tedious process, but we can get it done. But first, we got to send them something. And I know they're going to object to it. That's part of the process. But then the discussion will take place, a real discussion about Medicaid expansion. Mr. President, I yield away.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the Senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to first very well start off, I will vote yes for this bill. But I'm going to tell you why I don't like it. But I do like parts of it. I have prayed over this bill probably more than any bill in my 4 years up here. Senator, I prayed over this bill more than I did a horse racing bill. And you can appreciate that. First of all, I'd like to say I'm on the board of East Georgia Regional Hospital in Statesboro. I have no financial interest in that hospital, but our firm and I personally represent a good many of the doctors at the hospital, and we also represent a lot of healthcare related entities. I'm also partners with at least 11 or 12 doctors on different business ventures around our town. What I don't like about this bill is the ambulatory surgery centers. What I do like about this bill is the rural hospital tax credit. I have talked to 4 different hospitals, CEOs, last night, and I asked them, I said, please tell me your 2 primary concerns about this bill. And all 4 of them told me ambulatory surgery centers. And I'll give you a real life example in my town, Statesboro, Georgia. We got an ambulatory surgery center that opened up. They're open 4 days a week, 10 hours a day, 1 day a week, 9 hours a day. They are not open 7 days a week the way our hospital is. They're not open 24 hours a day the way our hospital is. They don't have to take everybody that walks in the way our hospital does. And as consequently, as a result of that, our hospital basically does no more of that particular type of surgery. That's what gives me problems with the surgery centers. Now let me tell you why I do like this bill. I like this bill because of the rural hospital tax credit. As you've heard me say many times in this chamber, I think in order for a community to survive, it's like a 4-legged stool. You got to have a great transportation system. You got to have ways to get goods and services in and out of a community. You got to have a great education system. Nobody wants to raise children in a community that doesn't provide great education. And we learned during the pandemic that you have great access to broadband. But probably the most important, along with education, or maybe you don't know which one's most important, is the healthcare system. If our communities don't have a hospital, they don't survive. We've already seen that. We've seen several of our rural hospitals close, and when those hospitals close, that community dies. Nobody wants to live in a hospital. Nobody wants to live in a community that doesn't have great access to health care. The rural hospital tax credit program has been a game changer and many times a lifesaver for rural Georgia. We got over, on the list that I provided you on your desk, we got over 60 hospitals that participate in the rural hospital tax credit. These are hospitals that were hanging on by a thread in many instances, and the quality of their health care offering has been diminished and limited as a result. Folks were having to drive great distances to get the treatments that they need. But this solution, rural hospital tax credit, is turning the tide on the problem. Rural hospitals are engaging with businesses and individuals within their communities to raise these tax credits through this program. Also developing a keen awareness within the communities about their local hospitals, and it is creating a network of supporters among individuals and businesses. In other words, the tax credit contributors are becoming benefactors of their hospitals. So they are more engaged than ever in the outreach of the hospitals. Now let me tell you about the hospitals in our area, the rural hospitals that receive this tax credit. The very first one I'm going to talk about, and hopefully Ms. Fran Witt is in the gallery, Effingham County Hospital. They received last year $890,000 for the tax credit. They employ 483 people, but more importantly, that 483 people is 483 families. This tax credit provided them with a retail pharmacy. They have now opened a standalone pediatric center in probably one of the most fastest growing counties in the state of Georgia, Effingham County. Canada County, Georgia, part of my home, $2.2 million. Employed 296 people, or 296 families. A lot of emergency room renovations. Updating the waiting rooms. Physical infrastructure for a building built in 1961. Renovated doctor's offices. Evans County Hospital. I know Mr. Bill Lee is in the gallery today. Employs 250 people, $1.3 million. Opened an imaging center, providing services that were not available, including breast MRI. New equipment to emergency and surgical departments. Employs 250 people, or 250 families. Emmanuel County Hospital, and senator from the 23rd district, formerly my district, who I really love. 450 employees, $851,000 in tax credit, state-of-the-art colonoscopy equipment, new flooring through the nursing home, expanding the emergency room, and in mental health rooms. I am proud of this legislature several years ago, and I think it was my former senator from my district that was a big part of this program of creating a rural hospital tax credit. We have many great tax credits, as we all know, but very few tax credits save lives. And rural hospital tax credit saves lives, and it also saves communities. If we save the rural hospital, we will save that community. I go by Folkestone, Georgia, always on the way down to our house in Ocala, Florida. The dog funerals in Folkestone, Georgia hospital are head high. No hospital. Who wants to live in Folkestone? And I know people will get mad at me for saying this, but who wants to live in a community that does not provide health care? Frankly, I can't think of another solution that will be as productive, as targeted as rural hospital tax credit program. When you let Georgia taxpayers become involved in solving Georgia problems, you create a winning solution. We are empowering our citizens to make a significant impact on an essential need in our state without having to make a sacrificial expenditure to do so. Other states, such as Alabama, are looking at our program and thinking about patterning it after us. I would encourage you, senators. Joe and I have made our 23 contribution, and only because I've been in this body since January have we not made our 24 contribution, and we will do that through the rural hospital tax credit program. So, senators, I urge you to vote for this, not because of the ambulatory surgery centers, but I urge you to vote for this in order to save our rural hospitals. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize Senator from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by saying that I do think this bill is a step in the right direction. I also want you all to know there are pieces in it that I do agree with. My mother and father are respectively graduates of Spelman College and Morehouse, and still fully support both HBCUs that they are alumni of. But they also taught me to advocate for what's true and what's for the greater good, and understanding the difference between small gain and greater gain. Understanding the long-lasting impacts are worth a greater investment. It's kind of, I liken it to how I tell my son, do you want to be rich or you want to be wealthy? And HB 1339, again, is a step. It's well-intended, but it's not the greater solution that's needed. Certificate of need regulations, they were set forth to require that anyone who wants to open a medical facility establish that there is a need for treatment in a geographic service area. And yeah, essentially, it gives that only hospital in the area a monopoly. And however the good intentions, and I do think CON is well-intended, these regulations are, time has told us that they just don't work. They didn't prevent rural hospital closures. We've actually had 9 closures in recent years. They don't keep healthcare costs down. And they didn't allow more Georgians access to the healthcare they need. So I fully agree we needed to look back and revise CON. That was, the House version was seeking to make some changes. I have no problem with that version. HB 1339, as it is in the Senate, allows the creation of short stay and acute treatment centers within the service area. Although this will alleviate some strain on medical facilities and providers and increase access to care, and again, that is a step in the right direction and will hopefully improve some of the Georgian healthcare outcomes throughout the state, it still does not solve the problem of who's going to pay for it. HB 1339 offers tax incentives for project investors, but because these hospitals will be private, they can charge whatever they want. There is no accounting for low income and uninsured individuals to pay for care, no way to compensate providers for their services. Georgia's uninsured rate right now is 13.7%. It's the third largest in the country. And by 2026, the number of uninsured rural Georgians is expected to rise to reach 25%. Clearly, Georgia's healthcare system needs a solution for increasing the number of uninsured individuals. A way to fix that without straining Georgia's financial resources is to expand Medicaid. For every patient without health insurance who presents in the emergency room, the hospital can expect to ultimately collect 5 cents on every dollar charged. With Medicaid, they can expect 80 cents on the dollar. That way, we keep our hospitals, especially rural ones, from going bankrupt. For years, Georgians have been paying federal taxes to expand Medicaid fully and close the coverage cap. Still, state leaders have refused billions in federal healthcare dollars to pay for Georgians' healthcare coverage and stabilize struggling rural hospitals in the name of rejecting Bidenomics. But it makes sound sense. The money is there. And it shouldn't even take us 20 years. Here we are. It shouldn't even take us 20 years to expand access for the uninsured. Today, I urge my colleagues to not only consider passage of this bill, as we know that there is a source of funding for it, and that means voting no until we can expand Medicaid to keep our hospitals fully funded. I like win-win solutions. We could do Medicaid and con revisions. We can have both. I want the solution that helps our low-income communities, stabilizes our healthcare economy, and promotes economic growth long term. I'm all for some of the pieces in the legislation. Alternative birthing centers, love it. Allowing another hospital to fill that gap we have now in Atlanta, love it. As far as I understood it, though, Morehouse was already negotiating on the con, so it was going to happen anyway. It just might have taken a little longer. It wasn't going to be the fast solution. And I want to address our healthcare deserts. Absolutely for it. But I am asking you all today to vote no on this bill. We could partner this bill with Medicaid expansion. I get that we're going to have a Medicaid commission, that's great, but we already know what Medicaid does, what expanding it does. We have two good models, Arkansas and Mississippi, and I can't believe Mississippi did it over the great state of Georgia. Well, what are we studying? We already know. I've seen bills drafted in 48 hours. We got the best minds out there. So I'm asking for a no vote today. Let's make a win-win solution that we can all digest, one that both expands Medicaid fully. And it is a plan that we can ensure that our governor will sign if we expand Medicaid and do some con revisions. So I thank you all for your time. Mr. President, I yield well.
Thank you, Senator. I recognize the Senator from the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to tell you that I'm voting no on this bill. Yes, it promises the construction of new hospitals, a necessity in the face of our healthcare deserts, but this is not the way we should expand access by jeopardizing the very fabric of our healthcare system, the Certificate of Need regulations. Imagine for a moment that the state of Georgia is a human body. Every county, every town is its organs and limbs, vital to the whole body. Our Certificate of Need regulations are like the careful rhythmic beating of the heart, ensuring that blood, in our case, healthcare resources, is distributed where it is needed most, not just where it can generate the most profit. By undermining these regulations, we risk hemorrhaging our healthcare infrastructure, leading to hospital closures, fewer emergency rooms, and a dire shortage of essential services. Let us consider some numbers. Georgia has 5 level 1 trauma centers to serve the entire state. Compare this to New York's 22 or Ohio's 12. We are failing our citizens, and this bill, with its short-sighted vision, will only exacerbate this failure. We stand at a crossroads with the power to pass Medicaid expansion that is not only economically sound, but morally just. Expanding Medicaid in Georgia is not a mere suggestion. It is a clarion call to action. For every dollar we invest, we see a return of 9 in federal funding. Imagine the jobs created, the rural hospitals saved, and most importantly, the lives improved. 500,000 Georgians, and over 155,000 uninsured women, and nearly half of our state's uninsured veteran population, and countless others facing mental health crisis and challenges would gain access to the care they so desperately need. But this bill chooses to ignore these truths. It opts for a quick fix over sustainable solutions, offering a Band-Aid where surgery is required. It neglects the needs of our rural communities, our underserved populations, and the very ethos of equity and access that should define our healthcare system. As an expectant mother, this issue is near and dear to me. I haven't told many people about this, but I have gestational diabetes. And if not controlled, my baby would be at a risk of increased birth weight, breathing problems at birth, hypoglycemia, which can cause seizures in newborns, obesity, premature birth, stillbirth, and type 2 diabetes later in life. And as a mom giving birth, I'm at risk of high blood pressure, preeclampsia, and perinatal depression. But I am one of the lucky ones. I have access to health care that can prevent these dire outcomes. My insurance covers my glucose monitor, my weekly check-ins with nurses who remotely monitor my blood sugar, my OBGYN appointments, and my blood tests and my ultrasounds. I am reminded of the countless Georgians without access to the care and resources I have. Georgia has the highest maternal mortality rate and one of the highest infant mortality rates in the entire country. This is a dangerous place to have a child. This bill does nothing to address these disparities. Instead, it threatens to widen them. We are stewards of the public trust and guardians of our state's welfare. And this bill, while promising on paper, fails to safeguard the health and well-being of all Georgians. And we have a duty, a moral imperative, to do better. We can do better, and we must do better. My child is counting on us for a better Georgia. And let us not be swayed by the allure of immediate gains when the long-term costs are so devastating. I vote no on this bill, not because I oppose the creation of hospitals, but because I believe in a Georgia where healthcare is accessible, equitable, and just for all. So let's forge a path that truly makes Georgia healthier, stronger, and more prosperous for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the senator from 37th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very quick note on behalf of working families in my district. This is an important bill. And the reason it matters is because cost of health care matters to working families. There was an imaging center not too terribly far from my district that was not too long ago acquired by a large hospital system that has protections under the current CON law. What happens when that occurs is after that imaging center is bought, after 91 days, the cost of services goes from the cost structure, the overhead structure of an outpatient imaging center to that of the hospital. Now, as it's been talked about here before, it does cost more money to run a hospital, and because of that, hospitals are authorized to have higher overheads. But what that means for families in our district, if the only services provided are in large hospital settings that are protected by CON, and we're not able to have these outpatient services, costs go up for families. It's not just passed on to insurance. The specifics, Mr. President, and I will leave you with this, is for the exact same outpatient imaging service that cost $500 for a family, not their insurance, it's below their deductible, so the family pays every dollar of that, or 80-20, depending on their service. The $500 service for the outpatient imaging center before being acquired by a big hospital system was $500. 91 days after that acquisition, that exact same $500 service, the exact same equipment, the exact same staff, and the exact same location, went from $500 to $1,300. $1,300 in the exact same setting because they were acquired by a large system, protected by CON in our metro area, and the out-of-pocket expense for families went from $500 for a procedure to $1,300. This is a serious issue, and the more we can do, this is a step forward, but the more we can do to lower cost of services for working families, the better. And this is a step in that right direction. I appreciate the senator from the 46 efforts to lead on this. I appreciate the bipartisan support. And for working families who would rather pay $500 for a procedure in an outpatient setting than $1,300 for a procedure in a hospital or a setting that's aligned with a hospital that has CON protections is better for working families. And it's for that I appreciate the bipartisan support for House Bill 1339.
Thank you, Senator. The minority leader. You the last on the list, leader. So close us out strong so we can go to lunch.
Take us to lunch. Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I rise today in support of House Bill 1339. First of all, not because I'm just doing it out of love, but because I asked for change. If you remember the beginning of the session, I thought that CON might have outlived its usefulness and needed some tweaks, needed some changes. And second, because I want to see change to CON. There is quite a bit to like about this legislation before us today. For instance, we will reopen 2 recently closed hospitals. We will expand perinatal services in rural Georgia to help combat Georgia's maternal mortality crisis. We will expand psychiatric and substance abuse programs for Medicaid and uninsured patients, and we will strengthen the rural hospital tax credit to help keep struggling rural hospitals alive. We support these provisions, and we believe those things make Georgia a healthier and better state. As you've heard from the senator from the 46th, if we just have to have a commission, then we want to make it all-inclusive. And so I did offer an amendment to include the Senate Minority Leader and the House Minority Leader to have 2 appointments, 1 each, however. And Mr. Chairman, I thank you for accepting my amendment. But this legislation includes one major gap. Earlier this year, I stood right here in this well and made one simple demand on behalf of my caucus for certificate of need reform. And what we said is that the majority must expand Medicaid and give 500,000 Georgians access to health insurance that will help them thrive and stay healthy. Those 500,000 newly insured Georgians would help keep both the new rural hospitals and our existing community hospitals open, and more importantly, help them achieve economic prosperity. Because these newly insured people would provide hospitals a new stream of income and shore up their shaky financial situation. I agree with the majority party that we need these new hospitals. I do not agree that they will survive for long without Medicaid expansion. That is why I want to make myself very clear. Today, I am voting to send this to a conference committee. I am voting to give the Georgia General Assembly one more chance to do the right thing and finally pass Medicaid expansion and give Georgians everywhere, rural and urban, suburban and city, what they deserve, full Medicaid expansion. We are voting yes today because we want to keep Medicaid expansion alive. And if this legislation comes back from conference without Medicaid expansion, and we have not passed Medicaid expansion elsewhere, I cannot support CON reform that could hurt our existing rural health care infrastructure. Today, we will vote out a historic teaching hospital for Morehouse School of Medicine. We badly need help to rural hospitals, and we should celebrate that. But I urge all my colleagues to remember that this is just a first step. And I urge you all to remember that to give our rural communities the help they truly need without Medicaid expansion, we cannot truly solve their problems. Let's come together and solve their problems. God knows we don't need a study committee to learn about Medicaid expansion. We've had 40 states that have implemented Medicaid expansion. We've had 40 study committees on this question. We know the answer. Everybody in this chamber know the answer. Everybody out of this chamber know the answer. So let's just do it. And in many cases, we have discussed, and in some cases, we have cussed back and forth for 14 years. And you know, next year I won't be here. But I don't want to see you fussing and cussing for another year. So let's put this question to bed. Let's expand Medicaid and give our people, our rural hospitals, and our entire healthcare system the health that they need. Mr. President, let's do this. I yield well.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 46th to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. First of all, Senator from the 26th, I never taught you anything, but I have learned a lot from you. Watch you every day in your 49 years in this legislature have been well spent, and you have it figured out. And one thing you know is you want to promote this debate on Medicaid expansion, or how we're going to solve this problem with uninsured Georgians. There's been a lot of argument here today. You have promoted that debate today, and I have promised you, I'm going to give you a hearing on your bill in our committee to further flesh that out as this conference committee deals with it. I think the senator from the 22nd and the 55th are right when they say this is a step in the right direction. It keeps that Medicaid expansion debate alive. It sets up a commission that will consider that. And we will continue that discussion until we find a solution. You can't get everything you want in one bill. And that's disappointing to some, especially the more passionate you are about an issue. You want it now. It's hard to be patient. But don't kill even the baby steps by voting against this bill. If you vote against this bill, there's no commission. You beat this bill and there's no commission to consider Medicaid expansion. Now where are you going? Back to square one? Don't just pout and take your ball and go home because you don't get full Medicaid expansion in this CON bill. It is making progress towards that goal. It forces the discussion on that issue, and it gives you a seat at the table, as the minority leader just expressed. If you vote against this bill, you lose that seat at the table. The more support for the bill, the stronger our position for the pieces that you like, even if you don't get it all and don't get Medicaid expansion in this bill. Almost every single person that spoke, even those that came down and said, we're against this bill because it doesn't give us Medicaid expansion, said something to the effect of, I like this bill. It does a lot of things that need to be done. It gives Morehouse a teaching hospital. It helps rural Georgia. It does many other things that appeal to people in this room. Everybody in here agrees, so don't just make a protest vote and slow down the process and weaken the Senate's hand in negotiating to get these factors that we want because you're unhappy with the fact that we haven't expanded Medicaid yet. There are a lot of reasons for that, and that has been in play for a long time. The governor has made steps to try to have waivers to do that, and they've now been revoked. Let's let him finish that battle. And in the meantime, let's continue the debate here and figure out what the end game is. But this is progress. It helps health care in the state of Georgia. It helps Metro Atlanta, South Fulton specifically. It helps rural Georgia. It's fair for all involved. And I strongly urge as much support as you can for this bill. You don't have to like all 100% of it, but if you like 75%, get on board. Get on the train here as we move out of the station. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Thank you, Chairman, and good job. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objections to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 43 and the nays are 11. This bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Good job, Chairman. And the senator from the 26th is a wise legislator. It is a game of chess up here, not checkers. All right, we're going to take a little break here, take a little lunch break, about 30 or 40 minutes. We've got 2 more bills left. I think one might have a little more debate, but I think everybody can have a little time, stretch their legs, get a sandwich. I know the pro tem's got food if y'all haven't already eaten it, and but we'll stand in recess for about 30 minutes. Thank you.